G'day, Overwatch fans. I don't know why that's how I started the stream. Hello, Overwatch fans. Hello, DE fans. Welcome to day 2 of the qualifiers for the Disconnected Esports Showdown that ends up in a LAN. Right now is still in the qualifiers, and today is a day of eliminations. Our top 4 teams will be progressing on to our LAN in a couple of weeks, thanks to Fortress. And our bottom 4 teams, unfortunately, will be walking away without the LAN, but I hope still a good experience. This is the do or die day for our teams. I'm very excited. I'm Jem, and I'm here with Haz.
Yes, hello, Jim, and hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. I know a lot of people would have been expecting the other Harry, Mr. Harry B. Cast, who is unfortunately, soothing his throat at the moment. He has been
Yeah.
casting too much too recently, and so as Harry number 2, I've had to step in and we'll hopefully be able to get you through a couple of good rounds of Overwatch. We've got an absolute classic, I reckon, to start this one off because it's Supernova
Yep.
and can win with great friends. Both teams absolutely cleared the floor with everyone yesterday. They're undefeated,
Yep.
and one of them is going to remain that way there. And, Jem, you were casting yesterday. Both of these squads had. No, Jem was not casting yesterday.
I
I
did
do
not cast yesterday,
apologise
but
for
that's okay.
that. Someone
I
else
know
was
things.
casting
I know
yesterday.
things.
He knows things. So, looking at these two squads here, I mean, Supernova beating a couple of pretty close teams. I mean, Dougie's Bonish, the Milkers side, 2-1. The Milkers were
Yep.
1-2 squad. Ignite 1-2. So, teams that have had wins. And on the other side, you could see that with Can We Be Great Friends, OC's Most Wanted. End of the day, 2-1, beat them in that. The other two matches, though, they did play against Monash Merchants and Swapping Salaries, who have ended down towards the bottom. So
Yeah.
I feel like looking at this one, considering Supernova were the number 1 seed going into the tournament, they probably have a slight advantage, but nothing too ridiculous overall.
Yeah, I think it honestly comes down to the bands with this because Supernova, the bit of the classic for them is they are such a strong Winston team. So they pretty much almost forfeit the maps where they can't play Winston. I think they're lucky, obviously, that you can only ban one hero per match in terms of like you can't ban Winston twice. So I think every Supernova game is going to be like, there's always going to be one map that they lose, and that will be the one where Winston is banned. But I think these are definitely the two strongest teams in the tournament. And I wouldn't be surprised if when we get to the finals at the LAN in 2 weeks of Fortress, that these are the two teams that we end up with at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that really comes down to setting as well, because again, these teams aren't in just yet. You would imagine these two will be close around there. But of course, when you get down to the seeding, first would play fourth, second would play third.
Yeah,
So there's a possibility they could be playing off in the first semi-finals. But as you're
that's
saying
true.
about the bannings of Winston and the other side, I mean, the bans, sort of the new thing with Overwatch now, it's sort of caught up with all the other
Yeah.
esports. So when it comes to those characters being knocked out, and that really just does create a different dynamic because it's something for a lot of these teams they've not really had to deal with before.
Yeah, I think it makes the game and the esport a lot more interesting. I personally really like when teams can create a sort of identity around the compositions that they play and the maps that they enjoy, and even just the heroes that they ban or are wanting not to be banned. I think it makes it more exciting and it gives players and teams more identity as opposed to just names in the lobby. Like, okay, this is a Winston team, this is a Junker Queen team, this is a Tracer team, and we know that because of the bans that they do. We know that because of the maps that they go to. And I think it also gives another bit of strategy, which is hilarious because as if we didn't need any more strategy and brain knowledge needed in Overwatch. But yeah, I definitely really enjoy the changes. And the perks as well is another system that, at least for me, casting is new, being able to pick a little ability, a little bonus for your hero to work your way up with. Obviously, there are some perks that make a huge difference, and there are some perks that, like, maybe not as much. I think some heroes definitely fared better in the perks initial patch than some others. But I think these are added layers to Overwatch, and I think like for it to come in time for the LAN, thank you Blizzard. I know you did this just for the DE LAN, just so we could see some other stuff here on the stage. So I'm really excited, and yeah, I think these are probably the two best teams. So I'm really interested to see what maps get picked, what heroes get banned. I feel like these two teams also know each other really, really well. Lots of players with a lot of history on both teams. So I think this is going to be a very close match between the two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and close friends. How much is that going to play into knowing how a
Yeah.
few players are really going to get into things when it comes to team fights and others, sort of knowing how rollouts are going to happen there. Because I mean, at the end of the day, we go into these, you want to have fun, but this is also you're trying to get to land, you're trying to get the best position, you are playing for
Yeah.
that prize pool of there's prize money on the line, and to be there playing in a land environment, especially for Overwatch, which in Australia I don't believe there's really been a proper land of sorts since about 2019, maybe around 2020. it's
Yeah.
it's been quite a
I think you're
while.
correct. Yeah, I think the last one was the Melbourne Esports Open for the Oz Contenders finals. I know because I was there
As
in the
was I.
crowd as an Overwatch freak. Shout out. Missed the Melbourne Esports Open and missed having Overwatch lands here in Australia. I think there's like obviously, um, when it comes to esports, I think like a lot of players who are a little bit older, or I guess like our age, like when you started playing in esports, the LAN was like the exciting thing about it. Obviously, winning is fun, but like being on stage and showing everyone what you can do, like with a crowd, is like what I think is so magical about esports. So I think it's really special that that's something that we get to see in person. And for Overwatch, we don't get a lot of opportunities. So I think it's going to be really fun. And I hope a lot of people come. And if you're coming, you should cosplay just for me because I think it would be fun if we had some cosplayers in the crowd. It's not an esports event without some cosplayers in the crowd.
That might be an incentive Discord or disconnected esports need to put
Yeah,
forward. And I mean, speaking of the Melbourne Esports Open, I was also there back in the day. I was actually a
shout
journalist for
out.
some odd reason for community
Oh,
radio.
really?
Yeah, there is a very cursed interview of me and Bus, former tank player, which
Pull
is
it up.
still on
Pull it up.
YouTube. I think I found it the other day. I don't know what's going on in my head. It's bad. It's very bad. And Bus will be there, of course, at the land, so he
I think you
definitely
got to come
doesn't
and interview
remember it.
him.
I really don't think.
Part two. Part two.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing that. But hey, you know what? Maybe that's the reunion side of things. But we now have to, of course, turn our focus to where we talked a bit about the prize pools and what it is actually on there. We saw a little bit of the money side of things, but we also have the disconnected esports mouse pads. So 500, of course, for the first team or the first winner. 200, 300, I should say, for second place. Third place, 200 AUD. Fourth has the 5 starter packs. And then, of course, they have those disconnected esports mouse pads. Those are only available to the first 2 teams. And third place also goes home with the 5 starter packs as well.
Yeah, and 5, so 1 for each player. So whoever wins and comes second, I would like to see the 5 stack of the mouse pads on the team. They are nice mouse pads. I think I've seen one when they were first doing the run of them, and they're really nice. I believe they're like a long mouse pad, which is like, in my opinion, the way to go. A long ass mouse pad that you can put your keyboard and mouse on top of. It like, okay, guys, I'm a keyboard nerd and I custom my own keyboard. And if you have like a nice keyboard on a long mouse pad, it like makes the sound nicer. So
I
shout out to the long mouse pads.
Yeah, I actually got one from IM Melbourne, part of the Intel
Nice.
booth. They were one of the ones there, so that is currently what I'm using below me. So I would very, very highly recommend for
Yeah.
the teams playing, try and win that one because it actually is
Yeah.
great. I love this thing. But now, of course, we've talked about the prize pools, what they'll be getting there. We need to go to the teams, and of course, as we stated earlier, these two yet to lose a game. And that is because of some of the players on both squads. They have been basically just running things how we've gone through. We'll start with Supernova because they have won 2 of their games 2-0, but they did
Yep.
stumble once so far in the
Yep.
set games, and that was when they did have that Winston banned, and that, of course,
Yep.
is Chapadoodle.
Yeah, I think Chap is kind of like the spiritual leader of Supernova here. They live and die by the Winston. And I've been casting Supernova for like 2 years now. And the thing that I always notice is they're a very aggressive team. And so you'll see Chap and Bunny in particular going forward a lot, and Liam and Mutnick having to like kind of pull the team back. So it's kind of a push and pull dynamic you've got here with the backline and the front line here of Supernova. But I think Chapadoodle is the path to winning. Always has been, probably always will be. So I think the tank matchups is probably what Supernova is most focused on today.
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll be hoping that that'll fall into their favour. But we could also
Yeah,
see, I mean, if you're Can We Be Great Friends, they would be very well aware of where the bands need to go. But,
definitely.
that doesn't mean that anyone else in the Supernova squad can't then stand up. And, Chapadoodle
Yeah,
has the backups as well they need for the tank side. But speaking of our second team, they've got their five that they want to sort of lock in for this one here. Of course, the great gift that is the image and then disappears
yeah.
away.
I was
We'd
gonna
love to
say, what a
see that one
logo.
there. It is a great logo. But I mean, for yourself, Jim, the five that we have on screen, who
Yeah,
sort of jumps out of you as we talked about what the Supernova has as their main player or their
yeah.
main sort of captain lead? Who is it for Can We With Great Friends?
Gosh, I feel like also spiritually it probably is Triss, even though he's not playing his main role. I've spoken to Triss a lot about Overwatch, and we always get into whenever we meet up at like the Twitch Melbourne meetups, we get into intense conversations about Overwatch metas and Overwatch compositions. And I had a chat with him actually about his team before I think the signups were even before they were even open, and Triss's approach of what the team needs to be, and almost like I feel like he's almost coached this team into like creating the compositions that they have and running the maps they do. I feel like he has a really tight control on what this team needs to be. And then other than that, I'd say it's lovely to see Aki back. Aki, who's kind of like an all-star of Australian Overwatch, we could say. So I think Trisamel's kind of the Chapadoodle of Can Win with Great Friends, but I think Aki is someone to look out for as well. I mean, you don't become an icon of Australian esports for nothing. And even though it's been a little bit since we've seen Aki, they're someone really, really known for their just crazy history through Overwatch history. But I would probably put it on Triss just because of I know how hard he's been like coaching this team. So I would say, yeah, it's the battle of the brains at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, the coaching seems to be paying off so far. They are 3-0 and a chance to go 4-0 with our first series today. As the bands are ready, we get to see who will be put away, at least for our first map here, as it will be, I believe,
Oh,
Supernova
no
have gone.
Winston. There you go.
Okay, so hero bans Arissa from Supernova, and Lucio
Yeah.
has been banned out from Can Win with Great Friends.
Yeah, these are interesting bands here. The Orisa is a funny one. I feel like that's for me because I absolutely hate casting Orisa. But the Lucio means here for Supernova that they can't play the Rush Winston dive. So that's the Kiriko Lucio with the Winston that I think Supernova haven't been playing as much these days, but it's something in their back pocket that they love to pull out. And depending on what the first map is, that can mean a lot of changes for them. It means probably they have to stick to more of a Juno Kiriko, I would imagine. But also with Freya coming into the mix on the damage, that kind of changes up as well. Maybe potentially what the support line could be looking like. But I think, yeah, I think that Lucio pick is definitely to get rid of that Winston rush. And there, Orisa is an interesting one. I haven't seen a lot of Orisa these days, but maybe Supernova knows something that we don't.
Yeah, I feel like Arissa's just that sort of middle of the ground tank. Like we don't
Yeah.
see a massive amount of it, but you don't really have a lot of problems when you do pick the Arissa. They're decent at
Mm.
creating space, just allowing I guess your DPSs to then get chances to really focus
Yeah.
down healers when they get that opportunity. But we have a look at the bands. We've done that one. We now quickly switch over to the map pool. So this is how things will be going today. We start off, of course, Nepal will be the first map for this one here. The losing team will then pick map 2. And then for map 3, if we go all the way there, vice versa. Whoever the losing team is, they get to make the pick on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So Nepal being the first one here kind of explains the Lucio and the Orisa bands here. Both are useful heroes here on this map, both with just their way that they what's the word that they impact with the environment. They're both kind of heroes who do well with having, you know, spots to kind of get some people off the map. And Nepal, you could play a variety of things on Nepal, but I do think rush compositions, which I mean, both of those are technically a part of here. So I think interesting bands here. I think map 2 is probably going to be our banger, our payload, our escort map here. I feel like that's when people get fired up. And then if we get to push, I'm Push's #1 fan, always have been, always will be. I'd personally like to see a push, but I think these two teams do not want to get to push. They want to finish this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, both teams be hoping for the 2-0 as we're going to get this one underway. Control point starts to unlock as we get ready. It is Supernova and Can Win with Great Friends. One of these teams is going to be 4-0 and well on their way to land. The other will be, well, still close to it, but they will have lost their first series one as the team fights. Just starting off with this one now as Mutnik, and we get a look at some of the settings that we're going with this one here. Remember to copy those if you want to have the expert esports gameplay for this one. You can see the grouping back again. Supernova originally taking most of this point, and as the contest starts to jump in there, and Chapadoodle is going to be jumped on really nicely. Trissimal just caking that one over a tag. Murrah as well onto Bunny, and they've done really nicely here. Can Win with Great Friends completely decimating them forward with this one. Triss leading the way, and they have cleaned house beautifully there. Team kill and a perfect start to the series.
Yeah, team kill here to secure the point for Great Can Win with Great Friends, and almost up to the 50% mark for all of the heroes here on Can Win. Really great start for them, extremely quick, but it being extremely quick, still not too bad for Supernova because Can Win with Great Friends aren't going to get a lot of percentage on the board before Supernova are going to come attacking here at the point. Chapadoodle just has to make sure that he's not caught out again, and he is caught out, but Alex here with a headshot railgun kill, so Supernova back to the drawing board once more here.
Yeah, the focus on the tank there from Can Win with Great Friends, really nice start for them. Just basically win that fight out when you only get the one kill. Because again, when you're Supernova in that position, you have to completely reset. And now you start to worry a bit. You're already up to 50%. You're behind in ultimate builds as well. You need to get a pick here quickly. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be your tank? Is it going to be the DPS? You need to try and find this pick here. And they're doing well here because Can Win with Great Friends. They're sort of spread out nicely. And then they can just jump back together. This is a really difficult one for Supernova to get in on.
Yeah, they're honestly just wasting Supernova's time, and they're taking out the win con here. So Slid, the only one with the ultimate online, and Slid is the one that goes down. So Can Win with Great Friends. This looks like another easy team fight victory for them. Building up so many ultimates here. They're going to have 5 here for the next team fight, and there's only 30% left here for them to secure this point.
Yeah, look, I don't want to be a pessimist, but I'm pretty sure this first one might be completely done already. They've not.
I think so
don't believe Can We with Great Friends have actually had anyone die so far. They have just completely dominated all these fights. 5 ultimates about to come up. Supernova do have theirs, but this is pretty much all of it, and that's just to get on the board and stay in this first one here. They just don't seem to have an answer. They've changed the angles moving on this left side, but again, they can just fall back on that one. Bunny finally is able to come through with the blade, and that's the double they were after. Almost a third as well. The block on the Aki. That is fantastic stuff. Needed someone to step up, and in the end, they only used the one ultimate, so that is actually really nice from Supernova. Took them a while to get going, but it was Aki to get things started.
Yep, it's going to have to be a flawless run from here, though. With only 10% accrued on the board, they have to get 90 now, and it cannot flip to Can Win with Great Friends, who have 5 ultimates. Supernova, though, as you said, have 4 here, so very low investment for the side of Supernova. They're just having to cycle these ults as well as they can, but having to dodge the strike here from Grandpa Cat. It looks like Can Win with Great Friends on the point right now.
Slidjaw, the double, the triple now. The Pharah standing up. All of a sudden, there's some individual plays that are making some difference here for Supernova. Look like they were heading towards this first map defeat here, but they've absolutely jumped back into this one as we go to a little bit of a pause.
That's okay. I have some stuff to say.
Yeah. Well,
Good time to do some more in-depth analysis. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's a great fight win from Supernova, but I don't know if anyone saw that. They used 3 ultimates there. I thought maybe it was just the one ult that they used, but they used 1 DPS ult and both support ultimates. They double stacked their support ultimates, so they've only got 1 ult coming into this next fight, and I think still 3 for Can Win with Great Friends. So if I was Supernova, I'd still be just a little bit concerned. Thank you, production, for that lower third to see what's going on. It looks like we should be going back in right now.
Yeah, so it's that commitment. So Can We Be Great Friends, they do have the 3 to go with this one here. Yep. Chapadoodle still has theirs available, but now again, it slightly leans towards them, but Supernova, all of a sudden, they've just started to win these opening duels, and it started to feel like they've just picked things up. A little bit of a slow start, but now they're playing together nicely. Although, I was going to say the Genji was caught completely off guard there in the other side, man, just to make their way out. But they're trying to just get someone located by themselves here, as there's going to be Alex starting this push in for this one. The ultimates come out as well. The damage being done. Chapadoodle's being chased, but he's managed to stay up pretty well, and that's kind of a waste for that one there. And then the rest don't really find anything either. Aki, though, finally does get that pick, and they might just overwhelm them in the end for this one. But then Chapadoodles come through on the other side. Slick gets one back as well. It's left at a 3-3 on the side. Trizimal, and it has to be Chapadoodle to find these fights back. Stays alive, but now he's the only one there. Can he take V-Take, win this one? Has to run away, trying to get towards that health back. Not going to happen. Overtime ticks down. They might touch it for a second, but it won't be coming through, and can win with great friends. They get the job done in the end, but Supernova, they almost brought that one back from the brink.
Yeah, Supernova making that close after kind of a first half of the round that we really thought that can win with great friends. We're going to win with great friends, and taking it away there. Very dominant first half from then. But Supernova looking a little bit more warmed up now, but too little too late. I think just that 99% that was accrued by Can Win with Great Friends was just too much to surmount for Supernova. But this next round, maybe they'll feel, a little bit more warmed up, and Alex really being the hero here for Can Win with the most kills on the board. But now we have the Ram v Ram matchup between Triss and Chap, and it honestly could be I was going to say it's going to be a mirror, but actually we've got slightly different compositions here, with the Brig versus the Zenyatta here being the difference between these two teams. But second round here, we'll have to see. Can Win with Great Friends, are they able to take this as a 2-0?
So we're waiting to see this one fight on the bridge at the moment, as we will just go to a little bit of a quick pause. Once again, we don't want to get everyone too excited, guys,
No.
First map there. Let's all take another deep breath. I guess anything else you had to talk about, Jem? I think we went through most of it there from that first one, but I guess we can quickly look at what they have to... I mean, again, basically a mirror, except for the one little difference. You've got the Zenyatta, and on the other side, I think it was
It was a Brig.
The Brig was the other difference. So maybe it's going to be more of that brawl style for both. I would imagine the Zen you'd want a little bit further back, but... Yeah. Overall, you got the same ones. Now, it does just come down to a few individual players showing up and just the team cohesion.
Yeah, I think Brig is a little bit of a better pick for Supernova than the Zenyatta is. Even though obviously Zenyatta is like a great healer, he's also really damage heavy, and Brig is as well. But I think Brig's a little bit better at healing the whole team rather than like individual healing. Like it's better in a group. And I think because Chap loves to press the W key, as you should. If you're a tank man, you should be pressing the W key. But I think because of that, a Brig is really reliable at making sure the tank stays topped up the entire time, whereas Zen's healing is a little bit slow and it's single target, so I think that doesn't work as well for Supernova, but it seems like that would be a good pick for Can Win. We don't see a lot of Zenyatta these days, which is very sad to me. I'm a Zen main. Zen's my boy. I've got the most hours on Zen. Love him. Love watching him in an esports sort of environment. But we'll take another look here at Bunny's 4K, I believe. 3 with the Dragon Blade, and then 1 with the deflect kill here. Absolutely huge here to turn this around. And look, it's not enough to get the point on the board, but it was, silver linings. It was still good.
And it woke them up. I do have to apologize to Bunny there. I called them Aki at the end, so ruined that clip for them. But it was a brilliant play on the Blade, and then it was also followed up with I think it was the 4K with the Farah after that. So they had those two big wins there. And look, they almost pulled through in that last fight as well. They basically negated most of the ultimates that were used by Can Win with Great Friends. They had the 3 going in, didn't really get the damage filler after, but were just able to overwhelm them enough. And look, I really did think Supernova were going to be a little trouble with this series, considering how it started, but they switched right back on, did the changes they needed to. They can get off to a good start here with this one. Very easily take it to the third, and very much up in the air. And, you want to get that first win. You want to take this to 1-0. Definitely. Even though you won't get the chance to pick the map, at least you get that confidence.
And we're back. We're back in. Chap taking a lot of damage here, but will back off a little bit. A lot of healing percentage gained for Mutnik and Liam, the back 9 here of Supernova. And Mutnik immediately taken down. So this support matchup that we were talking about is going the way of Can Win.
Yeah, Aki, that's the big kill they're after. And again, as we saw in the first one, they're able to just take the map, get the point going towards their side, already ticking up towards that 15%, and then just sort of trap them in the other side there. Delay as much as possible. Have to be careful they don't get completely caught out, but all going that left side there. Slid is actually going to be a little bit late, which could be an issue unless they do want to play that just sort of jump later on it there. Chapador on the other side. So everyone sort of just passed them on the bridge, and they've all just sort of swapped positions. It's they've just got the opposite ends of the sports for each team at the moment. Chapador pushing it on this side again. They're sort of crapping them in. They're trying to chase down the Genji that was closer there, and Arnie is getting sort of chased down the other one. Chapadoodle gets down towards that 200 HP, manages to fall back on top of it. Again, they're just grouping, they're waiting, and this is just perfect. Can win with great friends, especially when you get that first pick. Murphy is up, it's already at 50%, and they are just cleaning house now towards the point. Nothing that Supernova can do. Try and delay, try and die as quickly as possible. Another team kill across. And it's pretty much first, same as all. Second verse, same as the first. It's pretty much what we were seeing in the first map.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's a very similar round to the first one here on Nepal here. Supernova, again, Chap having an ult on the board here. Supernova, and another pause. Okay, maybe this is the problem of Supernova, is we've had some disconnects, and it seems like maybe Slid from Supernova is the one who's been disconnecting. And I mean, Slid had a great barrage and some really key fire kills in the last round, so if Slid is disconnecting, that's not great. But I think, Can-Win look really, really, really good here on Nepal, and for the second round here, it looks their rotation was great. I mean, they just rotated on them. That's an Overwatch classic. I feel like you don't see it too much in Overwatch 2. We used to see it in Overwatch 1 a lot, because it just confuses the other team completely. And I think they were just in the wrong positioning for the kind of comp that they were playing. I mean, look, it's a very similar comp, but the Brig does change things up a little bit. I think Chap will be kicking himself that he wasn't able to get Aki, the Zen, there in that corner off the side, because literally half a second after Aki healed from 1 HP to full, Aki got the Zenyatta ultimate, which caused them to win the fight. So I think that is kind of where things went wrong here. But if you're Supernova, hopefully you're hoping that when Slid connects, that things start being a little bit more seamless, because I think if you have a player that's disconnecting all that time, that probably mucks with the communication and this kind of like forward momentum that these teams need.
Yeah, I mean, it can also interrupt Can We Be Great Friends, because they're feeling like, we're there on top, flying through it. All of a sudden, you go to another pause. Next fight might not just be a switched on, but the good thing is if both of these teams make it to land, or Slid is there, they won't have to worry about internet issues and disconnecting, most likely. So that is a plus of getting there. Unfortunately, with online qualifiers, I can't do much about that. And look, this is under disconnected esports. Yep. I feel like it kind of has to happen. Maybe not for every single map, but you got to live up to the name.
It's got to happen for one of them. And I mean, for me, I feel like whenever I do a cast, there's a hashtag certified OS moment every single time where someone disconnects or some sort of internet thing goes wrong. So I feel like it's par for the course. And I'd rather we get all of the tech issues out now before we get to the LAN and hope that it's all seamless production. At least like in person, you're right. If something goes wrong, it's a bit of an easier fix most of the time than if something goes wrong. Online, everyone's in different spaces. We don't know physically like what's wrong. Is there like an internet outage? Is there a mouse disconnect? Do you have like a story of like the wildest pause like that you've experienced as a caster, like an issue like where someone's mouse went missing or something just bizarre?
Wildest pause?
Just a strange one.
I don't know if there's one that particular comes to mind, but you seem to you might have one that you'd like to tell here.
There was a cast I did for a different esport, and the UI for that esport that runs through like a website that's like developed by programmers glitched, and it was an official broadcast for the game. It was run by the game company, and the UI broke in the middle of the cast. And we had to stop at a specific time because it was like a grey out day for the company where we couldn't stream past a certain time. And because of the because of the UI breaking, it was paused for so long that our producer called the programmers, and we learned that they live in Brazil. So we called them at like 3 a.m, and they woke up to us calling them, being like, "Can you please fix the UI?" And they said, "We have never seen this glitch before, and we've been using this program for like 4 years." So that's pretty Game
Perfect.
changing moment. That's probably the craziest pause that I've ever been a part of. To have to call the developers of the UI program to tell them, um, please help, please help. It
The
was,
game
yeah, that's
itself
the
was just
craziest pause.
stuffed. Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
don't think I've got anything close to that, unfortunately. I mean, usually most of them are just someone's actually kicked the internet router or
yeah. We've
unplugged
seen
it or
cats. Have you had cats? We've had a couple Overwatch created tournaments where a cat has pressed the off button on someone's computer. That's happened like at least 3 times while I've cast.
yeah, you know what? I feel like if you've got animals, maybe just lock them out of the room. I know it
Yeah,
sounds bad,
that's
but
what I'm
just for
saying.
the tournament, because
Yeah,
cats do like to just press things,
they sure
which they're
do.
not aware of. But it happens. Speaking of what's happening, 80% ticking up and beyond for Can Win with great friends. They're looking to take out this first map here as Chapadul trying to work this way forward. Again, they're in this situation where they've got about the same amount of ultimates. They're going to be a little behind on the others. Aki did use theirs a bit earlier on, but Supernova making their way up again for the bridge side. But again, the sticks are down. They're getting to 99%. So this is all just into this last fight here. Try and disconnect to them from the other side. And it looks like they've actually done pretty well from this one. Triswell is left on their lonesome and nothing they can do about that. And Chapadoodle with the backup of all their support, and DPS will get themselves the 3K, and it will be Supernova finally switch it around. But again, they're in the same situation. They need a
Yep.
full hold this time.
Full hold and 4 ultimates on the enemy team here, and Aki 50% as well. So that's a lot that Can Win with great friends have to play with here. Supernova with 3 ultimates of their own, but as you said, they've got 80% left here on the point. As I was saying earlier too, live and die by the Chapadoodle, and it seems like Chap is the reason that they've been popping off, though a kill from Bunny. This is basically exactly what we saw in the round prior.
Yeah, Bunny, almost a second one there. Was actually pushed away pretty well from that one. Triswell, Chapadoodle so very low, and he will activate perfectly on that. Butnick's popped the Brig ultimate, but they are just off in the opposite direction. No one with them can only stay alive for so long. Actually managed to jump over pretty nicely. Delayed towards the point, but while that's happened, every single one of their teammates down, out, and gone. They'll have to just jump back and hope that they can get this one back. And stopping on the other side, the Winston, I should say the ball's been the switch over there, so that's just what they're going to do. Chapadoodle just has to hang around, and Mutnick hoping, waiting to try and get everyone else back. Mur is going to have absolutely none of it. Overtime continues to tick away. They just have to jump on Supernova. They've gotten actually one back from Slit, who's managed to come back with the connect, but they're gone, taken out. Dragonblade finishes off the last couple, and there's nothing Chapadoodle can do. Tries to dive point, but that one's done, and Can Win with great friends are going to take our first one here, 2-0.
Yeah, pretty dominant win here for the side of Can Win with great friends, and deja vu it feels like we're experiencing right now with basically the same round, like played twice. I feel like we're in a simulation or something. But Bunny here, even though they don't take any of the rounds here on Nepal, will take out the play of the map here with this gorgeous 4K here on the Genji. And Bunny with some great moments here in this first map here of Nepal, but just, I think, not enough to take it over the line. I do fear a little bit for Supernova here. Losing the map where Winston wasn't banned, I think is potentially not the best for them. I think they're wanting to lose the map where Winston is banned, or not wanting to lose, but that's probably the one they're most happy to lose. I think losing the map where Winston is still playable, I think is not ideal for them.
Yeah, you do wonder the Lucio ban pick that sort of
Yeah.
had them second guessing if they wanted to commit to the Winston, because it wasn't used at all. I mean,
No.
Chapadoodle was just on the difference one for each fights that came through on both the maps there. And again, it's not like they were completely decimated, but they just lost too many of the early fights. Both times
Yeah,
we saw
absolutely.
it was Can Win with great friends getting to that 99%. And, Supernova, to their credit, they kept in the game. They won some of the team fights following
Yeah.
from that, and they got close. But when you're giving up that 99-0 early on, it's hard to come back from. You can't make a mistake. And Can Win with great friends, they pounce on every single one. Unfortunate Supernova committed. They get off to a nice start still. They've got another map to go here. I've got to say, Mur. We talked about Bunny on the Genji for them, but Mur was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, 21
Seriously.
eliminations, only 3 deaths. That is
Jeez.
some pretty nice plays, and Alex wasn't far behind with 18 kills.
Yeah, I think the DPS line here of Ken Win look really fantastic in particular. But I do think in that second round, I think Aki kind of was the hero there because the amount of damage that those discorded Zenyatta shots hit for is absolutely ridiculous. And I think the target focus was really good from Ken Win as well. I think Supernova playing a little bit split. And I think that Lucio ban ended up really hurting them. I think like Winston isn't necessarily always played on Nepal, but I think for a team like Supernova where you try and ham-fist Winston into every map possible, I think not having the Lucio here was the biggest problem for them.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if that same ban is going to come out again, or maybe they'll look for the other one. But, you know, do you just risk it then if you're Chapter? Do you just go, I mean, you know Winston's the one you want to pick, even if it doesn't maybe suit the comp as well, you just feel that you're going to be able to do enough damage that you just negate missing that Lucio, missing possibly, you know, maybe the Ana if you're going to be looking for the jump in with the nano boost on top of it. But yeah, no, I mean, overall, a pretty decent start to the series. So that Can Win with Great Friends be feeling good. We've also got to think as well on the other side. I mean, Supernova had some connection issues there, so hopefully those have been rectified. Won't have to worry about it for the next map. But well, before we do get into that one, we are going to get to a little bit of an ad break. So guys, this one, you know, stick around. We've got, of course, lots more Overwatch to be going through today, and enjoy this ad.
Welcome back, everyone, from the ad break. Shout out to True Apparel, one of our amazing sponsors. But we're going to be going into map 2 here. Map 2, because Supernova lost the first map here of Nepal. This means this is their selection. So Supernova, what are we going to be choosing here? If I was Supernova, I would pick Dorado. That's definitely the most dive focused of these 3 maps. I think Winston's still really good on Route 66. They definitely don't want Havana. A bit of a classic poke map here. But Dorado very much suiting their picks. But I can sniff the hero bands now has. I can sniff if Dorado's picked by Supernova, I can smell that Winston ban immediately.
Yeah, so that is the one that might work against them there. But we'll have to see how it comes through. Well, Dorado, you've got half of the prediction right. Now, of course, we'll have to wait for the hero bands on top of that. Yep. But yep, as you've said, Winston works well with this one. If they could get the Winston Lucio, I just don't think Can Win with Great Friends are going to allow it. Either of those together. I think if you ban one, you're going to ban the other. Whatever really works for them in favor.
I believe they can only ban the one hero per series. So we won't get the Lucio ban again, but we'll get the Ana ban. Okay, so this is basically what we're saying. So they're not going to ban the Winston because they probably want to ban the Winston, but they're going to ban the Ana. This is actually a great strategy here from, I'm going to assume, Triss, who is the mind behind Can Win, because Chap always on the Winston and Liam there, flex support, always on the Ana to back up Chap's Winston here. Chap gets very aggressive on the Winston and he requires a lot of healing because he's very aggressive and he pushes very, very far forward. That's just kind of the Winston playstyle that he has. He's not a passive Winston whatsoever. He very much goes and dives for the backline. And so that Ana healing and the nano is really crucial for Supernova in how they play their Winston. So they're not going to win the Winston, but they're going to take away the Ana. And Supernova banning the D.Va here, I think can win because Triss is on the tank and that's not his regular role. I think D.Va is the pick I most see DPS players pick if they have to play tank. I feel like that's the classic because she's still a bit more shooty. She's not as, different like a Winston or an Orisa even. So I think this makes sense. I think D.Va also has been picked recently on this map. She just makes sense. There's so much high ground for her to benefit from. The angles are really great for diva bombs. So I think these are good bans from both of these teams, but Supernova, I'm sure, are a little bit pressed, but silver lining, they get to keep their monkey.
Yeah, that they do. As it will be, can we be great friends? They'll start on that defensive side, and this is where that the whole ban system now being in effect, you have to think a little bit more because you're
Yeah,
going to do the one hero per map. You can't do a ban anymore for that series as well. So that gives them the opportunities for his teams. It's like, okay, well, if we ban this one outright, but we want to keep that until if we go to a third map. So instead of banning out the Winston, you ban out something that works out well for someone else. So we're
yeah,
talking about the Ana ban, where you've got the flex support, where Ana is probably the mainstay for that one specific person.
yeah,
And this is what is the thing with the bans, where a lot of people who might have just been, when it was just with Overwatch, they've only played the one character. Or when they've played different characters, they've done very little. So because you always just pushes, you
yeah,
don't usually flex as much. You just have that commitment to that one side. Now you have to be able to flex. Now you have to be able to play that other healer, DPS, tank, and it's got to
yeah.
be at the same level as your main.
Yeah, absolutely. The age of one tricking is over for Overwatch here. And I think Liam's an interesting case because he's played basically every flex support here to a high degree. I think I would say probably Ana is his best, but I think Supernova might say that Baptiste is his best, or recently Juno and Kiriko. But I think he's someone that can play basically all of the flex support picks here. So I think it's not the end of the world that Ana's gone, but it's definitely not what they want to see. But I think at the moment, Ana is not picked as much. She's picked for ban purposes, I suppose, but you're more likely to see a Juno and Kiriko or Juno and Brig at the moment here, and flex supports usually will play the Juno, but there are cases where the flex support will play the Kiriko. It's all a bit of a mess. I feel like in Overwatch 1 we had our flex supports and our main supports, and now I feel like it's a bit more like open, like anyone can play anything. But yeah, this will be an interesting one. I used to be a massive Dorado hater because my esports team missed out from going to the grand finals on a fifth mapper on Dorado. And that was my first year of being an esports fan, and that just burnt me. So every time I see Dorado, I get a bit sad. I can't I can't lie. But from like a competitive standpoint, Dorado is a great map. Like there's just so much that you can do here. And I feel like each point is as difficult as each other. And visually, it's just like a great fun map, of course. And lots of lore here for the lore heads out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been here from the very start of Overwatch, way back in 2015, 16, that has just it stood the test of time. It hasn't had
Yeah.
really a lot of updates to it, even when coming to Overwatch 2. If anything, it was very slight adjustments, more as just
Yeah.
the graphical update side of things. Cart-wise, I do love any sort of the push cart maps. That's
Yeah, me too.
personally my favorite mode, and this map has been, it stood the test of time, does some fantastic stuff, and then look, another chapter gets written on it today for this second map. Can we be great friends? The opportunity here, take out the series, get to a 4-0, put themselves above and beyond everyone so far in Supernova. Well, they got a reverse sweep this one. They're going to be starting
Yeah.
out in the attack as well. So, look, they get through the first one early, can keep rolling. The pressure's got to be put on. Can we be great friends? I feel like they've got to get Supernova here the 3, even if it's without any time left on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dorado is one of the maps that you can finish. Obviously, you can finish any map, but in terms of like ones that we see that are easier to complete, I'd say this one's kind of in the middle. There are some maps where you almost never see a completion, and there are other maps where you see completion almost 100% of the time. Route 66 is famously a pretty hard one to get to the end. Havana is a very difficult map on both sides. It's really hard to defend and it's really hard to attack because the angles are so severe. I feel like Dorado, we see more people completing it than some other escort maps. I'd say escort is maybe my second favorite map type. I really like hybrid. I feel like it's just the most Overwatch map type with the capture part and then the escort part as well. And I feel like also all of my favorite maps pretty much are hybrids. I mean, like King's Row is a classic that we love. Hollywood's a great one as well. I say this as I realize that my favorite map is actually Watchpoint Gibraltar, which is an escort map, but I believe not in the map pool, unfortunately. damn you, disconnected esports. I could have had my absolute favorite map. But I think Dorado is kind of a bit more open in what you can play than a Gibraltar. I've just been told by production that they're sorry for no Gibby. You should be sorry. I love Gibraltar. But yeah.
Maybe it's got to come up for a show match side of things when we get
Please!
to the land, you know?
Please!
Even if,
it's such a good map.
even if it's just the best of one for it, you know, just have some fun on that side.
For me. For no one else. Just do it for me, because I really like Gibraltar. It's like the most dive map in the game. But obviously, if you're a rush team, like, you would never let that map ever come through, because it's just so dive focused. Just there's so much high ground in Gibraltar, but I love it. It's a good map. I'm a dive head. What can I say? Looks like we should be getting there soonish. We're just waiting on the players to get into the lobby. Looks like Singapore has been popped again, which is causing some problems here for our O's players, as you can probably imagine. Don't know why Singapore's been popped, but I have heard that that's happening a little bit with Australian Overwatch at the moment. Who knows why?
Oh, I'm sure there's. It's always just an issue that comes with the Asian servers being a little bit, smaller in regards to being able to connect through. I actually don't really know how many servers we have around Oz for Overwatch, but maybe for Overwatch 3, they'll fix this issue, and maybe, or if not Overwatch 3, Overwatch 4, I think they'll definitely have a chance to really fix that one there. It depends if they call it that. I feel like they might just call the next one Overwatch 2 HD. Just to update the graphics again, make them even better. Which would really affect my PC because it barely can run Overwatch. These
me
days.
too.
The graphics side of things. I think everyone should just have access to a 4080.
Totally
I heard
agree.
Disconnected were going to actually offer that as a prize. You know, they had 10 of them ready to go, and Gat. Actually, if you want to hit him up, does have those in his Discord DMs. Just giving them away. So he's going to be handing them out at the land, guys. So chuck him a message.
Poor Gat, who's going to be working the event. He's going to be harassed for for graphics cards. No, it's so funny. It's so funny too, because like now I think I run Overwatch on low or medium for all the settings. And I think about how in like 2017, I used to run everything on ultra. Like, who was I back then? But maybe the game just wasn't as like intensely graphics wise as it is right now. And if you'd like to enter the giveaway, not for a 4080, but if you'd like to enter the giveaway, pop ! giveaway in the chat. Enter, get some hype. Really exciting. I mean, obviously the qualifiers are a lot of fun. I know our teams are probably stressed out of their minds, but I'm just excited to get some good Overwatch live in person. It's been almost 6 years. Oh my god, that's a really long time. It's been almost 6 years since the last Overwatch LAN, as far as I'm aware. I think it has to be Melbourne Esports Open. Like, there was some sort of event in the world that happened shortly after that, so I can't imagine there was anything in between that.
Yeah, and then, well, of course, the Overwatch League itself running into issues, and I think that just affected the Overwatch esports in general. Valorant coming out on top of that. It's a very clouded sphere, esports at the moment. Who can actually get the top job? You're having to basically cut in between so many different sports, players going in different directions, and just when we thought we were about to get into the lobby, we've got... Well, the lobby itself died, so that's good. That's not even.
They got O's. They've done it. They've done it.
They might have fixed it. So the suffering both from the players and now production seems to have at least ended for this instance. Fingers crossed on that one that actually stays that way. Knowing OCE, no, that won't happen. But just we'll try and get through this map. Try and get through the series. If we're going to run on time now, Can Win with Great Friends might actually have to win this one out. But if Supernova want to extend everyone's misery, why not win the next one? But make it all make it the best of three.
It's Winston. I know that guy. Chapanoodle also knows that guy, and this is exactly what you want for Supernova here, heading into the Winston, and also just the composition in general is such a supernova, such a supernova composition here with the double flex supports here with Kiriko. And never mind. As I say that, I feel like they can hear me. The Lucio here for Mutnik makes a little bit of sense. And this is, I think, what they wanted to play on the last map here has. They want to play that Winston sort of rush composition. I think it works really well for them. And we'll have to see how that's going to go on their attack here of the losers map here for Supernova here.
Well, speed is definitely key, it seems, because you've got the Genji dive, Tracer blinking, Chapadoodle, as well as Mutnik over towards that Lucio. So, get the cart moving early, create the space and upwards, and then try to get these fights sorted out from the other side. They're already taking high ground, coming from the bridge over on that left side there. Alex hitting some pretty decent shots early on. Yeah. Damage doing enough there with the crossbow as... Again, Chapadoodle's got to be careful because Murder jump in there. Alex falls up on Mutnik, and once again, early fights can win with great friends. They've won every single one going back from map 1 to here now. They've at least managed to get it towards under the bridge, the cart, but pretty decent hold. First minute off the clock, already winning those team fights out.
Yeah, and we're seeing Alex here on the Freya, who, since she's been added to the game, has kind of taken over competitive Overwatch here. She is unbelievably strong, and I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more of her. I kind of thought she'd be picked on Nepal, but we are seeing her here. Alex almost up to this ultimate as well. Supernova, as you said, pushing the cart in, but taking a lot of damage while they're doing it.
Have to be careful there. Liam Fox getting caught sort of off guard. Now just go to the rest of their team now. And Grandpa Cat, he's going to be caught off guard there. Was trying to play off that further side. Alex also down to low HP. Matt just stay alive for the going there. And then Alex actually brings back the second there. The save from Supernova to get those ones from Chapadul. Just get it going. Mutnik also on to Trismal. So they have the advantage here. Supernova can get it moving. 4v3 situation. Can we, my great friends, just got to let them get a little bit of space here. Wait for the rest of their teammates to get back. And then try and hold them off again. But still, it's already ticked down to 2 minutes. So this next team fight becomes pretty important for both sides.
Yeah, definitely. Rally being popped by Aki here is pushed back. And trades on both teams, but it looks like a little bit of a better outcome here for Supernova as the rush is popped by Liam Fox and just allowing everyone to pop up a little bit more. And that's probably the clean start that Supernova wanted here as they're able to take first point. And I mean, a crucial fight win, as you were just saying, has 4 minutes 20. That's a lot on the clock here to get to B and to C. So definitely an improvement here for Supernova here on map 2. Can win with great friends, though. They definitely don't look bad using the rally here in this last fight, and they will have 2 ultimates for this next squabble. Supernova probably having 3 here if Chap is able to get up to his as well.
Can win with great friends. They probably just want to contest the payload a little bit more because even though after Supernova lost that first fight, they were able to get so far forward, allow so much on top of that. Bunny's ultimate pop doesn't come through, and the double pop there. Liam Fox was with Bunny as they tried to get that damage, tried to find that pick, doesn't work out. Have managed to get it to at least halfway, but they'll have to fall off this side here, group back towards spawn. The great friends, they get that pause, take a little bit more time off the clock, but this is where here they need to play around the payload, just not allow them to get any sort of forward momentum. They've got the 2 ultimates coming up, and Supernova themselves, they're going to have 2 there with Chapadoodle and Mutnik. We might see the double pull out there with the Winston dive and also the Lucio beat as well.
Yep, Hazard here, Triss coming in here. And an ult for each team in that fight. So if you're Can Win with Friends, you love that. But Bunny getting the melee kill onto Aki. And this looks like Bunny doing a Mer cosplay. Just getting a bunch of kills in the neutral here on Genji. No ultimate needed.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. Mutnik as well onto Trismal. And again, they lose that first fight in the opening bit when they move into this second push, but then immediately class it back. And just the push here with the payload as well. They've got so much forward momentum. And we were great friends, get everyone started back in. They'll at least push them off there. And Supernova, they're smart about this one. Don't want to take that initial fight. They already feel like they've gained a lot of good progress as we go into, I think that's pause number 3. We almost got through 2 whole pushes there. That's pretty good.
It is pretty good. I wonder who it is this time. I wonder if it is Slid. I feel bad if it is Slid just over and over and over again. You hate to be the disconnecting play here, but it looks like we will be going back in here. Now, I think Supernova, this next team fight will be all around the primal here from Chap. And we've started here, actually, Aki not letting Chap use this ultimate, so I think Supernova are going to have to back off here, otherwise it's going to turn into a collapse.
Yeah, like at this point you just sort of die around the point. You don't want to get, delayed late. Slid's a little further off to die there. Again, that'll take another sort of 15, 20 seconds off the clock. They were very close to getting that one there, just a couple of meters away, but good hole from Can Win with great friends, and now they will be able to get that. The second one there, third almost ticking up, Supernova as well on there, and they're going to have those three as they try to hold things out. Chapter is already down very deep, this time taking the left side initiative as we, of course, go to another pause. Now, guys, I know you were getting excited about seeing some gameplay there, but we don't want to rush these things. You know, need to make sure that everything is correct and that the players can get themselves another little break in. I mean, it is tiring work, so this is why we get these pauses.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. What I was going to say there was that Can Win with Friends, I believe, used 2 ultimates in that last fight, and Supernova didn't use any in that very last fight. They did the fight before, but the fight we just had, they didn't use any. So I think even though they lost, they've traded some ults there. So that's going to be a little bit better for them, knowing that there is 2 ultimates off the table for them for this next push. Hopefully, we get back into the game soon. And there you go. Turns out if you just ask, you will be let back into the game. Try that next time.
Wishes granted for that side there. And so they've gone around the other end. Chapador has actually come back from the spawn side of Can Win with Great Friends, trying to get this high ground to complete taking ocean there. Aki's the pole was going to be popped. I don't know if... Oh, they were very close to dying out there. It was really good push there from Chapadoodle, but it's not going to come to anything with the Freya on. Alex getting the double. Mer also pops the blade. Chapadoodle, he's trying to bring this one back, trying to get anything going with the Primal. He does get at least the one, but that's not going to be enough. Trying to find that second was very, very close, but Grandpa Cat comes through. And Can Win with Great Friends. They are just starting to gain ascendancy here. That's now 2-3 team fights, 1 in a row. It's gotten down to 1 minute. Supernova, they've used that Primal Ultimate as well. They're going to have 2 for the next fight, but Mutnick's a bit far off. This becomes a little bit worrisome for them.
Yeah, absolutely it does. I think that was one of the most heroic whip shots I've ever seen from a Brig here from Aki. But we're getting back into the action here as Grandpa Cat is getting low. Slid setting up for a pulse, but it isn't able to get it, but don't even need it. Bunny popping off here.
Oh, he's locked down, but they do get that one, and it might just be enough here. Trismal wanting to get one back. Slid, they kill Aki, sacrifice their own self. You know what? Sometimes it's worth it in this regard. Mer has gone down from Chapadoodle, and he will finish off Trismal as well. They might think about possibly challenging this one. In fact, Grandpa Cat probably hung around a little too long, as that one's taken. They're going to be a little late coming back up, so that works perfectly for Supernova. They are getting towards that third one now. Time isn't too high. I think we stated before this one started, they need to at least get the 3, and they're pushing towards it pretty well so far.
Yeah, definitely. And Alex has been holding onto this Freya ult for a while now, so I think very much want to be using it in this fight. Supernova, on the other hand, having no ultimates, though, it looks like they will have double support ultimates if they play this correctly. So Can Win with Friends, leading with this Freya ult here.
Pops it out. Mer gets the Mutnick, but Bunny in the backline's doing damage, and Chapadoodle looking to join that as well. The double trouble, trying to clear out these backlines together, and they might be doing enough there, but then the Alex pop Chapadoodle just runs out of healing, and it's a Freya 2. Slid is trying to bring this one back with a pick on towards Mer, but I don't think that's going to be enough. It should be Can Win with Great Friends taking out this team fight once again. Supernova, they're getting close, but they can't quite finish a couple of these off. Pretty nice there from Liam Fox to actually get out alive. Allows them to regroup a little bit quicker, but 47 seconds. They need to get this team fight won here and now. Otherwise, that's going to be the end of their push.
Yeah, absolutely nice sound barrier here from Mutnick, but only onto 3 here. A great stun here from Aki as well with the shield bash, and it's Liam getting Mer. Chap popping the primal here as well. Aki with with the Brig ultimates all across the board here has as Supernova only 21 seconds here left to complete.
Yeah, Chapadoodle didn't get the kills, but just the distraction he had from everyone just focusing him did the work because Aki's only able to find the one. Mudnick's got a double there on the Lucio, and Supernova pushing towards this final hit here. Knock everyone down. Can Win with Great Friends. They do have 3 ultimates ready to hit for this last fight. It's all going to come down to this one here. Last team fight together. Liam Fox takes up that high ground with the little bit of the damage there. Gets a nice little hit as well. On the head as Supernova. Keep this one going forward as we hit the overtime. Alex the ultimate put there as Mer. Dragon Blade finds one. Looking for the second. He's on both with the healers towards the back, and Alex, that is Freya with 2. Trismal will get slid, but he can do only so much with the play when you've got no supports with them. Managed to grab a double, but it won't be enough. They get very close to 3, fall just short. This Can Win with Great Friends. That is their task ahead of them, 76.92 meters as they try and get for the 2-0, and that is the opportunity for them to take the series and put themselves at the top of this Melbourne Mash tournament.
Definitely. I mean, Alex here at the top of the scoreboards as far as eliminations go, but I feel like that doesn't show the full story. Aki has been an absolute beast here on the brig. Look at the amount of assists, like exactly as many as Alex has on the eliminations here. I feel like Aki has been the kind of card up Kenman with Great Friends' sleeve at the moment here on the brig. I feel like every time Supernova goes in for a dive, all the pressure is put on Aki, but he delivers every single time. Every whip shot, every rally that we've seen just completely foils the plans of Supernova. And I think they need to sort of focus Aki here, get all of the damage down onto him, because it feels like that is currently the biggest problem for them. I feel like it's mostly just Aki's positioning here. Now Supernova having to go on the defense here on their map choice, as it's not do or die, as I think they will still continue through the tournament as they are one of our top seeds, but definitely wanting to get the better of Can Win with Great Friends here to get the 4-0 next to their name card to be the most winningest team so far. And yeah, Supernova here on the defense. Defense dive, a little bit more difficult, but we'll have to see how they're able to do this against Trismel here on the Hazard.
Yeah, they're sticking with the same look here. I was going to say for a second, Alex was looking at that Widow maybe for an early pick there, but immediately switched over to the Freya for this one. So they're onto the cart with the Porsche early here, try and get some momentum. Know where most of these players are sitting as well. And it really is, it's sort of a half split. It's a bit weird one here, and you've got to be careful if you're playing this one together. You've got two on top of this one, but Alex actually might be a little bit of trouble. Chapadoodle on towards Mur, and the split from here from Supernova on this defensive end has actually worked out pretty well for most. I say that though, Mutnik went down, has been at least a pretty decent distraction, and now Trismel is in really hot water here, getting jumped on this one. But again, Alex is finding these picks, and that is also one of the healers, both now gone, and then they clean up a tier 5 from there. And Freya, well, you spoke about it, Gem. They've come into the game. They've been very, very powerful and showing once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bunny's going to swap on to the Sojourn here. I think the Freya is the thorn in the side here for Supernova here. I was just going on about Aki on the Brig, but of course, Alex here on the Freya pumping a lot of damage into Supernova as well. And I think particularly onto Chap, and the healers are just having to work on overtime here for Supernova, putting all of their resources into Chap, and it means the DPS are just going down quicker than they would like.
They would love a stop here, Supernova. They don't have the 3 they need to make sure that they held these ones down. And Bunny finds that first pick to switch over to the Soldier one here, but that is, oh dear. And then the next fights, they don't come together there. And Mur, beautiful double to finish off the final couple. Aki gets slid, and that is a really, really solid starting run here from Can Win with Great Friends. 5 minutes or just under on the clock. They're already past the first one. Supernova, this becomes an issue. You're getting close to those ultimates, but you just need a team fight. You need someone to just come out with that one individual kill early on, an opener to stop the movement of this payload.
Yeah, I feel like they were so focused on Alex here on the Freya. I mean, they get Freya down, but after that, just so split with their target focus, I think. And so Supernova back to the drawing board here, but coming into this with a rush from Liam, and Slid here with the Pulse Bomb, potentially able to set something up as Cameron with Great Friends look to have 4 ultimates here in this next team fight.
Trismel was chopping a lot of damage, and Chapadoodle, that's one of the Aki. That is what they're after. They get rid of one of those healers. Can they get any more on top of it? Trismel actually gets Chapadoodle. Massive win in the tank fight.
Wow.
And Mur comes through. The barrage of rockets on that Farah does the job. And while Slid manages to find one, it really is just a little bit of momentum breaking on the defensive side. They're actually staying around the point, which kind of works against it. The payload will start to keep going on that other side. It's a bit weird how it's been happening here for Supernova. It seemed like they'd got that team fight done and won. They get that opener, and then Chapadoodle goes down and all falls away for them.
Yep, 5 ultimates here for the side of Supernova, though. If they're going to want to hold it here, this is where they need to do it here on Dorado, their map pick. Can Win with Great Friends, though. 3 ultimates, almost up to 4 here. And Bunny taking down Mercer. That is 1 player off the board for Can Win with Great Friends, but that's the player without an ultimate. So still a lot for the side of Cameron with Great Friends, but it looks like they are going to back off just a tad to wait for Mur to come back before they start this next engagement.
It's a nice one as well there from Supernova because it was only Bunny who popped that ultimate. There will be Liam Fox though to get their one out as well. Grandpa Cat and Mur going down, and this is where they're just using these really nicely. Needed something to break back in their direction, and they've done that well. Aggression to push them all the way back into spawn as Mutnik and Bunny picking up the double with those ones to finish off. So Supernova, what they needed after such a nice start from Can Win with Great Friends, just stalled out a little here. Still plenty of time left on the clock, but Supernova, they've regrouped and refocused here on the defensive side. Now they really hope another team fight here, and all of a sudden, pressure is switched right around.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to defend against 4 ultimates here from the side of Can Win with Great Friends. They win that team fight, but no ultimates taken out of Can Win with Great Friends. Chapadoodle getting a little bit low here, but topped up by the supports here of Supernova, and Junior ultimate coming out from a Grandpa Cat. 2 minutes left, and it still looks like things are going the way of Can Win with Great Friends.
Yeah, and Bunny getting caught out as well. Trap on Chapadoodle. The Primal's not able to get the damage I was hoping for. And in the meantime, Mutnik's gone down as well. Alex finding that big slid, jumps back in onto Grandpa Cat. Liam Fox is so low as well, has to be careful. And Trismore onto Chapadoodle. It looks like, again, it is Can Win with Great Friends. They get stopped and blocked for a little bit there. But I don't think they're going to be able to be stopped from the second one. They're going to have at least that 3 minutes plus to get this one rolling forward. And Supernova, they are not able to quite close this one down just yet. They commit to it though. They want to stop this payload. Mutnik with the pick, but Mur gets the one back. Slid actually trades it, and the recommitment back into this fight has done wonders, and it's all off the first pick from Mutnik. Fantastic from the Lucio. And Supernova, it looked like they'd lost it on that second point there. They get that fight win, and now Can Win with Great Friends. They've used the ultimates as well. They're not there. This is really troublesome for them.
Yeah, it really is. Supernova really clutching that one out. I really didn't expect them to win that team fight here. They had everything in the world against them, but they're able to get the W for at least extending this hold here. For Supernova, they do have the rush here for this next fight, and as you've said, no ultimates for the side of Can Win with Great Friends, but Alex in particular has been so good in the neutral that I would still be a little bit cautious here if I was Supernova.
Mur. Oh, that's the one. We talked about Alex, but Mur's also been doing massive damage. Chapadoodle down. That's the tank gone. That is problems here for Supernova. They've got a couple of ones coming up here with the people of Liam Fox. Slid is close on the other side, but the dive in from Trismore just forces it away. It just becomes these neutral battles. It's still the 4v5. They've done well in Supernova not to lose anyone else because now Chapadoodle comes back, but Mur onto Bunny. He's still doing damage, and he seems to be the difference maker to keep pushing them forward. Liam Fox 1 HP remaining on them. They're somehow staying alive. Boozer, and again, they're still fighting around this point, and they need to try and get this one done. He Can Win with Great Friends, and in the end, they've just done enough. Full credit to Supernova. They absolutely last that out as long as possible, but now they're all down, and this is what it has to be. A minute 30 on the clock. They've got to get now 76.92 meters. They're at the 16. This is pretty much for the map and series. If this one is going to be done here and now, Can Win with Great Friends need to get this card rolling.
Yeah, let's just do it here for Supernova in this map and this game here. Can Win with Great Friends. Up to 4 ultimates again. I feel like every single time I talk about them, they have 4 ultimates, and Buddy goes down to Mur. How did that happen?
No, the dive on this Genji has been absolutely fantastic. Slid though in the backline doing what they can. Alex grabs Chapadoodle. Again, the tank is down. And again, you have those problems there. Mur has found Slid, still causing trouble there. Mutnik as well. They're doing enough here, Supernova. On a couple of the players you wouldn't expect to be getting these picks, but they are getting them to swing in their favor. Mur, though, is being the problem as they keep the payload just slightly getting forward for 44 seconds. They have to jump back on this one. And now it's going to be Chapadoodle moving forward as Mur is low. Trismall's also caught a little off guard as he's trying to play closer in this tank roll. Slid has the one here, goes out as well. Won't be able to get the damage they were hoping for, but these fights are really starting to worry them. Chapadoodle gets that one onto Aki, who's been so pivotal on that break, but they're gone. 23 seconds remaining on the clock. They are doing so well, Supernova. They're getting so close to holding it out, and when you delay Mur in the air, he's not allowed to get the picks. It's only the one. Liam Fox shuts it down as well, and it might have just been enough. Supernova, they're so close they can taste pushing this to map 3.
Absolutely crazy. 5 seconds here on the clock. It looks like we will have a touch for Aki, of all people, the superstar for Can Win with Great Friends in this map and this series. But Supernova say we are not getting too owed here in our tournament, basically, in the Disconnected Esports tournament. We are going to make this competitive. I can't believe that they did that, Haz.
Yeah, no, that seemed like that Can We Be Great Friends. They had everything rolling for them. It was just that delay on the second point, the supernova diving. They weren't quite winning the team fights, but the delay, I mean, you can see this one here from Aki, who finally got them over the line, but it took so much. And then the only time remaining was basically what Supernova had, and then they were
Yeah.
just locked in from there. Did some fantastic pieces of just the eliminations, the dive bombs that were working out perfectly. It was also just Mutnik on that Lucio. It
Oh
wasn't
yeah.
just the healing and the speed boost. It was the damage he was getting on the dives in the back was fantastic. Bunny and Mur, great battle on those Genjis. But, I mean, look, we've had this is the two teams. They're undefeated, and so far it's living up to it. We are going to that third map.
We sure are going the full distance. That's what we like to see for our first series of the day, and also our, our two best teams. It looks like, at least, in the tournament. So you want to get this match close. I have to say, with what you were saying, Haz, I completely agree. I think it was the supports that won this for Supernova. I feel like sometimes Supernova is the Chap and Bunny show, but I think in that map, I mean, Liam with this crucial kill right at the end here. It should be coming up should be coming up soon if it's been clipped, but Liam stopped this last push completely with, is it this kill here? I swear I'm not making this up. I watched it. I saw it with my own two eyeballs.
I think this is the first push.
Oh yeah.
That's why we're not saying
Okay,
it just yet.
all good.
But
I
it was.
got excited. It was a good one. It was so clutch. I feel like Supernova, they're a team for people who like having heart palpitations, because they always make it so close, whether they win or they lose. They just fight to the bitter end, no matter what. And they very much did that. I thought, like, on their attacking round that they didn't make it to the third point, that maybe it was over for them in this series and this map. But they're able to pull it out here on their defense. I think in large part thanks to their supports.
Yeah, it was that, and you have to think, because I originally thought the bandway had gotten through that Can We Be Great Friends had actually come out on top, but now they're probably thinking maybe we should have gone for that Winston band here. They've still got it available for that third map, but I think Chappadoodle wasn't even just probably the amount of eliminations they were getting, but the space they were provide, and then just
Definitely.
the follow-ups as well. That would combined with the Lucio, again, it just pushes it over the line there. So could be a thought of they want to ban that for the next one. Again, this is I really can't pick a winner for this one. I feel like we were leading towards Can We Be Great Friends, but then Supernova pulled that off towards the end. Now, Can We Be Great Friends, though, they do have the choice of the map picks. So they'll give them a little bit of advantage when we go into this final one here.
Yeah, and I think Supernova, I believe the team who didn't pick the map gets to ban first, and you can only ban one per role. So if I was Supernova, I would just ban a tank. Just ban a tank that isn't Winston. So great, friends will be banning first. Okay, well, say goodbye to Winston, everyone. That was really fun to watch Winston for one map, but I don't think we're getting the Winston here. I mean, come on. If I was them, I would ban the Winston. I think they could also ban the Kiriko. I think the Rush was really powerful in Dorado there. Also, totally depends like what map we're going to. Like, Overwatch is just one of those games where compositions change per map so much. And so it kind of depends what we'll see. However, we are going to push, and Kiriko is good on every single map of push. I think push is just one of those game modes where, look, you can play anything on any map, especially if you're Supernova and you really want to play Monkey, because that's like your identity as a team. But I also think that push just as a map type really allows for Rush to be kind of the dominant composition, just the way that speed and walking forward is the whole momentum point of push. Obviously it differs a little bit. I think Coliseum is a little bit more of a Rush and poke type map than, say, like Esperanza, which tends to be a little bit more dive focused. I remember when Esperanza was added way back at the start of Overwatch 2, after we had just Colosseo and New Queen Street for a while, and we used to see the what was it called? I believe they called it Banana Rush, because it was Winston Rush. So it was like a Reaper, Genji, Winston, Kiriko, Lucio, which is pretty similar to what we were watching earlier, but just with a Sojourn instead of the... Oh no, it was Sojourn. What am I talking about? It was definitely Sojourn Reaper. I don't know where I got the Genji from. I think Genji was earlier that year. There's too many Overwatch compositions, guys. Too much history as an esport. But yeah, I
Used to be
expect
a
to
lot
see...
simpler.
Back in my day, we only played Tracer Dive. We only played Tracer Diva Winston, Mercy. I do not miss those days. I miss seeing Diva. I like feel like that's the thing I mourn most of Overwatch 2 is I miss the two tanks. But I do not miss that 1 year where it was Mercy for like a whole year. That was terrible. Sorry to Mercy mains out there. I know you exist and love you, but I hated that.
Yeah, they've been copying it a bit, the Mercy bans, considering most of the bans I've seen in comp have been just outright Mercy bans. But guys, we're going to be seeing basically everything we've got in this final map. We are going to go into a little quick ad break. When we come back, we've got map picks, the hero bans, everything on that side. Hopefully they get into an OCU server in a bit of, well, quick time. We'll see if that actually happens there. But hey, guys, we will see you very shortly for our final map of this first series.
Thanks for that. We are back here in the third map of this series that we thought was going to be a 2-0. But it's looking like it will be a 2-1 as we head to push the last map here of the three map types here. And we'll have to see what map Can Win with Great Friends is going to pick here. And they are going to pick Runasapi, our newest of the push maps. We have 4. I would like more. Blizzard, if you're listening, please give us another push map and maybe another flashpoint as well. But Runasapi, gorgeous map. There's a lot of different things that you can play here. I think we most commonly see the Genji, and I don't want to upset anyone, but this is like one of the best Malga maps in the game, unfortunately. So
hey, look, Malga has become, I would say, more balanced since the first came in. Again, we're probably going to say the same thing with Freya once they get slightly nerfed as well. At the end of the day, balancing is always one of those harder things there, but that is the map we're going to. And well, there it is. It finally happened. So it will be the Winston ban from Can Win with Great Friends. On the other end, Supernova have gone and banned out Juno, which we've seen a fair bit of so far as well. So, basically what we thought we were going to see, if it wasn't going to for the 2, this has been saved for that 3rd. And now, well, it comes down to who can really play off at Supernova, you Chapadoodle. There's going to be a bit of the questions asked about, how the tank's going to go without the Winston. Didn't win the first map when they didn't have that picked, even though it wasn't banned. But now you're onto a map where you probably really want to use Winston again. You have to sort of rethink a few things here. What are they going to do on that end? But on the other side of things, I think Supernova, they come to this one. They've got the confidence now. That hold on that last one there, very good. They've been feeling confident they can get this reverse sweep, Can Win with Great Friends. They seem like they were in control of that game for like 80% of it. But Definitely. It was just towards the end. They missed a trick, made a few mistakes, and they will be wanting to rectify this one. So they can be crowned the champion at the moment. Also, just looking at the standings, with most of the other games have finished up. Dougie's are now up into 3rd at 3-1. They're going to be coming up against Ignite in our next game as well. They're 2-2. So those are 2 squads that are battling to get into that top 4 position. So, this series is pretty good. We're getting to that 3rd map. The next one's going to be even better as well.
Yeah, lots of good games to get into here for our day 2 of the DE qualifiers. Supernova Ball, sure. I thought maybe we were going to get some Malga here. Chaps, Malga is actually pretty good. I'm kind of surprised that he's not going on to that. But they will be going back into this rush. Oh, the Ram. Maybe they want to rectify their Ram composition that they played earlier has here on Nepal. Not able to win that map, but it does look like as the series has gone on, they have warmed up a little bit and Can Win with Great Friends playing a rare support line of double flex support of the Ana and the Zen. I personally like it a lot. I think this is going to allow Mer and Alex to pop off beautifully here. Aki being able to lob in a bunch of Discord orbs and Grandpa Cat here with the Nano as well. Triss on the Orisa. We don't see a lot of Orisa, but hey, if there's any day for it, it's a qualifier match.
Well, it was banned on our first map, so Trizimal is looking to try and use it here on our final decider here. Which team is going to be at the 4-0 in the top of the rankings as we push towards our top 4 at the LAN. And it will be so far Supernova. They'll take that first point without actually a full fight coming through. No one went down, but they'll just allow that space to come through there. And then Trizimal will start the regroup on this side. Oh, I'm going to say a nice little javelin flow hitting there on towards Bunny. They'll be pushed away on that one. Chapadoodle playing this one forward again. So far, the team fights haven't really been too much. It's just damage being exchanged back and forth. Who's going to be the one to dive in? And Chapadoodle is actually getting jumped on a little bit there from that side. He's being pushed away from that one there. Grandpa Cat trying to keep everyone healed up in the back lines here. And Trizimal very, very low. Gets down to half, staying alive for the time being. But they're copping a lot on this side. And that reload from the Ana almost condemns them to death. They're staying up by the very slightest of margins. They're trying to just keep their tank up. And in the end, they run out of time. Slid grabs it. Perfect stuff for Supernova here. Control of the push early on. They win the first fights out, and now they can start really rolling this one forward.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if Aki wasn't so close to this ult here, I would say that Can Winwith kind of need to swap around their support characters here, and we will get a Kiriko instead. I just feel like there wasn't enough healing here. Ana obviously does a lot of healing, but Zen heals aren't as strong, and I think with the two of them, the kind of slower heals is just not enough to keep Triss and the rest of the squad up. Supernova here, Chap taking a little bit of a dink, but Supernova coming into this next team fight with 3 ultimates and using a rush to engage, but Alex picking off Bunny here, so they're going to be without their Sojourn player for this next team fight.
Yeah, and that's the pick they're after. Amur is going to follow up on the Liam Fox, and they are straight back into this fight and straight back into stopping the path load of this one here for Supernova, and that's going to be just Chapador getting crapped in the corner. Nothing they can do on that one. You can see Slid just hiding away, maybe looking to try and get that pulse bomb onto someone, but at the same time possibly just trying to delay for a little bit longer. It's there to go, but Trizimal's having none of it. Great shots all around there from the side of Can Win with Great Friends. They'll start to build up their own push. 50 meters though from Supernova. They'd be pretty happy at least with that first one there.
Yeah, but they won't be happy that they're not able to get this checkpoint here to get these closer spawns. So stopping right before that crucial checkpoint here. Meterage occurring very fast for Can Winwith as they look firmly in control. Supernova would love to get that checkpoint, and I think after that, the win con here is to just waste Can Winwith's time as much as possible. I still think Can Winwith's support composition here is not ideal, so I think that's definitely something Supernova would be wanting to push here.
There was one for them there, the hinder, but Mutnick's going to be popping the beat, and it actually works pretty nicely as they get this push in there. Although the switch around from that one is that Aki pops the Zen ultimate on top of it. Mutnick, he's down to very low HP, staying alive. Chapadoodle as well, copping so much. Aki does get Mutnick slid with the trade, so just one healer on both sides left for that one there. Drizzle does the damage, not quite the kill. They're so low on it, and it will do enough in the end as Alec follows up the pop of ultimate. Liam Fox gone, Slid follows, but he can only do so much. Does actually at least get Trizimal, so that will force them to get the respawn back together. Could allow them to jump on a little bit quicker Supernova, but that is the pick of the checkpoint, and Alex is leading the way so far. 7 kills, and Trizimal right there with them.
Yeah, it's Can Winwith who are able to get the checkpoint first here on Runasapi. Supernova close to it, but throughout that whole team fight, even though it looked good for Supernova at the start, Can Winwith were pushing the entire time, so making great use of this space here. Supernova wanting to fight here, Can Winwith going right up to them here, and starting with a rush here from Grandpa Cat.
Just worried about Aki in the back line. They've been jumped on a couple of times, and you can see Slid is doing the damage. The stick there is good. They will be put down, though, from Grandpa Cat. In the end, it probably works out a little bit in favour of Can We Be Great Friends, but then when Chapadoodle follows up on the second healer, that is what is going to be after to get the merge. Does get the tank down. Mudnick staying alive. You're in a 2v3 situation here between Alex and Trizimal, trying to hold this one out, and Alex gets the kill, though. Mudnick's gone. The others have had to actually fall away off that one, and they've continued to push this one up. It's up to 80 meters. We tick down towards 5 minutes. Switch will be straight back, but Can We Be Great Friends? They'll be pretty happy coming on top of that one, and they're closer with a couple of these ultimates as well.
Yeah, definitely. With this almost 80 meters here for the side of Can Win, with Supernova taking some great space here with the earlier spawns that they get for being on this side of the map here. Just pushing up here from Chapadoodle. And you're right, only one ultimate for the side of Supernova. Can Win with looking like they'll have a couple here in this next team fight. But with Triss getting low and Chap, it looks like it's just the battle of the tanks to stay alive from the support lines.
Trizimal was close down to half HP. Buddy switches across into that Genji as they get themselves back up into that higher room there. Alex is waiting on the other side, and you can see the dive in again from Slid, is getting damage in the backline, but he's not quite getting the eliminations they'd probably be hoping for. The match just switch this one over to Supernova, pushing this one back to half point, but when Liam Fox goes down, they're losing these healers in the first fight once too early on, and you just can't allow that because Mur has followed up every single time with Alex. Grandpa Cat finds Chappadoodle, and Slid is in the backline. They try and hang around for a little bit longer, but it doesn't happen. They get the push forward their Supernova, but it doesn't have any meterage. They don't get any sort of switch. Stays at a 30-meter advantage, and that's just going to increase here.
Yeah, a little bit of a disaster here for Supernova, allowing to get Can Win with so much percentage here on the board. They're going to want to take this fight quick and early here. Liam swapping off of the Kiriko and onto the Ana here. So an Ana still in the lobby for both of these teams. Supernova almost up to quite a few ultimates here, but can win with quite a few of their own as well. Alex will want to pop this railgun here to be able to push Supernova back. Can win with almost at 100 meters here.
Need Supernova to come out with the win. They actually do force the Z ultimate, so that's not too bad, and especially when Trisball is getting antied, and that is the switch over from Liam Fox on that Ana doing the work. Alex does get Buddy, but when you've lost the tank there, it just allows Chappadoodle to get the space, allow their DPS to take the dominance on the other side. Aki and Alex all go down. It's taken a while, but they are able to switch things around. They've got work to do here, Supernova. Mur does get a late pick on the Liam Fox, so that is really nice, at least from Can Win Great Friends, not winning the fight. But they're 50 meters ahead, 3 minutes left on the clock. Supernova, they've finally got control back, but it's not going to last too long because you've lost that healer. You kind of have to just make your way away from it.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like Supernova here, I feel like whenever they get a team fight when they're just not as focused on the bot as I think they should be. The bot slinking around to Can Win with Supernova wanting to rotate from them in the back, but Aki gets chapped. This might be the end of this push.
I was going to say there was the anti there as Slid so close to finding that pick, but it's just not enough at the moment. Alex and Mur, they are doing so much work there on the DPSs, the heals as well from Grandpa Cat and Aki on the other side. It's just really looking hard here for Supernova. If they're going to be able to switch this around, they need a full push, but they need wins after win to keep this one going. It's ticked over 100 meters, and now they're getting stuck towards their own spawn as well. What can they possibly do here as they're running out of time? It will be the pop here from Bunny. That's what they need. A blade with two. Bunny. Looking for possibly a third. Alex does get one in response there, but it might not be enough. Runs out of the blade, but it will be Slid then to follow up with a double there as well. The Pulse gets the job done. Team kill Supernova. They needed something. It's delivered there. It is a long road ahead. But after a fight like that, that's the confidence back. Can they pull this one off?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to double their meterage and more here for the side of Supernova with Can Win with getting up to 112 meters here, and Alex putting on a show for the side of Can Win with here on the Sojourn, just pumping in so much shots, doing so much damage, getting so many kills up on the board here. Supernova, they've got a minute 30 to do this. Not a terrible time bank, but they're going to have to win every single fight here from the rest of this map, basically.
And you're working against a team that has almost 5 ultimates ready to go. Chappadoodle, they're going to try going in behind, change things up here. They know where most of them are sitting. Can they find an early pick? They will, because Buddy's there. And it doesn't matter if you've got the ultimates. If you can't get the kills on top of it, Mur gets one on the other side. Liam Fox and Buddy, though, following up. And Chappadoodle controlling the area. Beautifully done as Buddy gets the double as well on top of that one. The problem is they did lose the push. Trizimal's actually taken that one away. So while they win the fight, they're only left with 55 seconds. They've got to push it all the way back again just to start this one going above the 49.86, but they should have the checkpoint, and that's what might work in their favor, but time is now the enemy.
Yeah, definitely. That's some great use of space and timing here for Triss here. I think a lot of people in Overwatch think it's an elimination-based game, but it's very much an objective-based game, and Triss remembering that and taking the bot away from Supernova here as they've got 30 seconds left and no ultimates here.
Bunny, taking that half HP, was very lucky to be ball off that one. Trizimal, as of the pull in there with the ultimate. Chappadoodle's put down pretty low as well. They just continue to have to stay around the cart. You can't commit everyone to these further fights as well. And I think if you check Can Win with Great Friends, you're happy more to play this one here. The Z ultimate is a little late though because Grandpa Cat's gone down. But beautiful shot there from Alex as the ultimate pull from the Sojourn does a bit of the damage there. Buddy gone on top of that as well. And now you've got Chappadoodle needing to put this one together. Mutnik, they keep this one around. 4v3 now. We're into overtime. 40 minutes to gain 4. There is an opportunity for them to do this here though.
If they did this, that would be absolutely crazy. Here's Supernova coming up to a Dragon Blade here for the side of Bunny. Can win with friends. Mer almost up to this. A Freya ult here. This is so close. Overtime finish here. Could seal the deal for either of these teams.
And it's Bunny.
Oh my god, Bunny.
Two, and they deliver on it as well. Third there as well from Bunny. Could even look for a fourth. The deflex as well, keeping them alive for a little bit longer. Grandpa Cat does put them down, but they're so close. They get it. They pull it off. It was 80 meters they needed with just a minute remaining. Supernova get the job done. And the last two maps, they looked like they were done, gone, and somehow they come out victorious. They're 4-0 and can win with great friends. They have to be kicking themselves. They would have thought that was in the bag, and it's just slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, I mean, that was classic Supernova there, and showing us that they don't need the Winston, and actually that my analysis is very good, and they don't necessarily need the Monkey to win here. Chap putting on a much better Ramatra performance than he did in the first map of Nepal. And also, I just wanted to shout out Liam Fox, who had over 10k healing, the only person in the lobby on this map over 10k healing. And I think that very much saved the day for them. But oh my god, Bunny and Slit at the end of that map was absolutely crazy here for Runasapi. And yeah, I think coming into this map, you would give it to Supernova. But as you were saying, has the first half of this match really seemed in the favor of Kenwin with. And they still look, to their credit, really fantastic. They almost won this map. It was photo finish really, really close here from both of these two teams, and I think Can Win With aren't going to go away from this match. I think 2-2 upset. I think they showed some fantastic looks here and played a variety of compositions here. And Supernova, of course, very, very happy to seal the deal as the Disconnected Esports team. Hopefully, like for Disconnected Esports going to the LAN, their own esports team. So I think very happy that they got that debut there.
Yeah, look, there might have been some messages exchanged about that one. It's like, hey, look, we might need our team under the tournament name actually needs to win this one. So just throw a couple of the fights there. But no, it was they'd be just really disappointed because that was they had that as well, and they had the three ultimates. They had ultimate advantage towards that last fight with those 40 minutes to push, and they just found nothing. Absolutely nothing they can win with great friends. Lose the 4 players as well top of that one. Grandpa Cat did what they could, but it was the Genji ultimates late on there from Buddy. 2 big ones. Did the job. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So that is the map. Supernova come out 2-1 victorious. And well, guys, we're done with the first map here. We're done. Well, first map. We're done with the first series. If you thought that was good, don't worry. We've got our 3rd and 5th seeds going to be coming up very shortly after this. So don't go anywhere. We are going to go straight into a little bit of a break, rest up our voices, and we will be seeing you all for series number 2 right after this.
welcome back, gamers, to more of a day two qualifiers here for the Disconnected Esports LAN coming up with you in a couple of weeks. But has left us, has left the building to go do some other things, and now we welcome the wonderful Cress to the table, who will be casting with me for the next two games. Hello, Cress.
Hello, guys. I'm back. Hello, Jem. Pleasure to be casting with you today.
Yeah, I feel like we've been around each other a lot, but we've never casted together because we have the same role usually. But today we'll be doing some off-rolling like we've seen some teams do during this tournament. We just saw Triss off-rolling on to the tank. But we will be getting into our next matchup shortly, but we want to shout out one of our amazing sponsors, and that is our very best friends over at Blizzard ANZ. Blizzard, thank you for sponsoring our wonderful tournament. Our besties here with so much. I mean, Blizzard does so much for the Overwatch community. They made the game, guys. That's like enough as is. But they're supplying us with a bunch of goodies for giveaways, which you can enter by typing in !giveaway here on the chat, including some Doki Watch bundles, ultimate battle pass audiences, and then a variety of lovely places for our teams here if they win. Look at that. Look at all of the goodies that you could be winning. And type !giveaway during any time in the stream to enter the fabulous giveaway. The Doki Watch skins are so cute. Cress, thoughts?
I love
They
the
are so
Doki
cute.
Watch skins. I bought them immediately. This battle
Yeah,
pass is just so good. I was literally complaining, I'm like, there's all these like kind of edgy, like evil skins for all of these mythics, and I'm like, I just
yeah,
want to unleash my inner girly pop, and now I finally can with the battle pass and also the
yeah.
Doki Watch. So if you want to unleash your inner girly pop, !giveaway in the chat.
Absolutely. I do wish, Blizzard, if you're watching, I'm going to have to ask for a girly pop skin of one of the boys. I would love to see a Doki Watch Genji skin or a Doki Watch
Yes.
Lifeweaver skin. Don't leave our boys hanging. I need a girly pop boy skin as well, but they are extremely cute. I really, really like all of them. I think Juno is my favorite. It's just so, I love like the gold and the pink color scheme. It's so gorgeous. But shout out to Blizzard ANZ. Thank you. And thank you to our other our other sponsor, True Apparel, as well, who is a long-standing partner of DE and has a range of merch for a range of your clothing needs. From jerseys, streetwear, athletic gear, and more, their store has heaps of variety. They are providing us with 5 Disconnected Esports mouse pads for our first place team and our second place team. And there will be DE mouse pads to give away during the LAN in a couple of weeks as well. So if you'd like your own True Apparel DE mousepad, stay tuned for the Melbourne Mash hosted at Fortress in a couple of weeks' time. So shout out to our 2 sponsors, and we should be getting into our second game shortly here. Before we do that, let's just take a little run over the prize pool here, which also has been graciously sponsored by our sponsors in terms of the goodies. So our first place team will be working away with 500 AUD 5 DE mouse pads. Second place will receive 300 AUD with their own 5 DE mouse pads. Third place will get $200 as well as 5 starter packs. Fourth will get five starter packs as well. And we do have some MVP prizes as well, which are the Overwatch 1 Collector's Edition for our first team's MVP and the Tracer statue for our second team's MVP. So plenty of prizes and monies on up for grabs here for our D-Land, which is very exciting. So thank you to our sponsors for making this happen. And we are about to make it happen to get into our second game of the day. First game went quite long. It was a really good one. It went the full distance and it was a reverse sweep. So that's a good start, a good omen for this second day of our qualifiers here.
Yeah, really excited to see the Duggies taking on Ignite. Obviously, the Duggies 3-1 right now, Ignite sitting at 2-2. So this is a very important map in terms of the seeding. If we have a look at Team Duggies, first we have Brood Stike on the tank, loving the little Roadhog representation. Tobo the Herbal and Hexel doing the DPS damage, as well as Jarman and Party 14 rounding out the roster on support. And I really liked watching these teams play yesterday. Duggies obviously was one of our streamed games, and they just look really complete. And we saw Tobo the Hobo rocking it on the Pharah, and then they banned Pharah and ended up rocking it out on the Tourbillon and doing some absolutely stunning plays. So I'm so excited to see what Duggies can do. It feels like they have that clutch factor that maybe they're going to need.
Yeah, absolutely. Stellar squad here. Tobo definitely stands out to me as kind of like the star player as far as I have any memory of here. So Dougie's looking to take this victory here and getting up to they're on a 3-1, right? Or is it?
They are 2-2 currently at the moment.
2-2. Okay, so looking to get that 3-2 scoreline here in this match, but they'll have to go up against our second team here. Doggies is 3-1. Okay, Doggies is 3-1.
My bad.
Doggies is 3-1. So no, all good, wanting to get to that 4-1 scoreline. So doing really, really well in this tournament thus far.
Yeah, they are doing really well and just hoping that they can keep it up. But let's introduce the team that they will be fighting. It's going to be Team Ignite. And as we can see, we have Teeny Valkyrie on the tank. We have Jai and Rose on DPS, as well as Iggy and Riddles on support as well. And I really like this roster too. They've struggled a little bit though, going 2-2 right now. And I believe if they want to make it to that next stage, they are really going to have to try and pull out a win here.
Yeah, this is a really interesting team. If you've been around for any of the ANZ Creator Clashes or any of the DE past Creator Tournaments, you would recognize pretty much all of the names on this roster here. So some players who also do their own content as well, which is really fun, but also a variety of ranks in this team. So it's kind of a melding of the minds and a melding of the Overwatch experience here. And I think even though, there are some players who aren't, GM, I think that's still okay because they're coming at the game from a completely different perspective. And I think that can actually be quite refreshing and helpful for players who have been at that top end and can get a bit stuck in the kind of structure of it all. So I think these players bringing some fresh ideas to the side of Ignite. So both teams on, no, sorry, not 2-2. We've got one team on 2-2 and one team on 3-1. So it's pretty close. So we'll have to see who's going to be able to take the best of this series. I think this is going to be a really fun game.
I do think it's going to be a fun game, and I think both teams have a really good mixture of people who have kind of played in your competitive tournaments, AAOL, DE tournaments, and also streaming, but there's a really good mix, so I think it is going to be good. And as we can see, the hero bands coming out, we see the Duggies immediately banning that Ana pick, as well as Ignite banning the Sojourn. I think these are really good bands.
Yeah, definitely. And as our first map will be Nepal, that is our classic here in this tournament. Those are two kind of heroes that you definitely would see on Nepal, at least historically here. So that's a big one off the table, in particular for Sojourn here for the side of Ignite. Sojourn kind of a mainstay here on Nepal and kind of any poke map and map that you can run Sojourn on. So maybe we'll be seeing some more Freya from these two squads. We did see Freya in our previous game on the side of Can Win With. So we'll have to see if anyone else is going to pull the Freya out. I thought Freya was crazy in the last game and just this weekend in general.
Yeah, watching Freya just get all of those combos off is so crazy. How quickly she can just burst people down. It's really great to see the bounty hunter coming into the fray and mixing it up a little bit. Maybe being a pick when Sojourn isn't available.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like such a great anti-dive pick as well, as you've kind of alluded to with the burst damage that she is able to push out here. But it looks like we will be going into our first map here. Remember, this series is 1st to 2. So our first map here being controlled, then we'll get into escort. And then if we need it, everyone's favorite, and especially mine, push for our map 3. And whoever wins the map will not be picking the next one. It will be our loser's map pick. So an advantage still if you happen to lose the first map.
I do think it's going to be a close series. I hopefully think we might get to that push map, which would be great to see.
Yeah.
Because I think both of these teams have big benefits that are going to be really great.
Yeah, definitely. And I think these two teams play very, very particular sort of compositions here. I mean, not a surprise to see Teeny Valkyrie here on the Junker Queen. That's definitely what they are known for. And then Broodstrike as well here, going actually towards the Winston. I thought maybe we'd have some Roadhog, but not today, as we do see the Winston come out. I'll have to see. I think these Symmetras are just to get the TP on lock. Oh, we've got, and we've headed to the Farah. So very interesting compositions we've got here, Chris.
Yeah, not the compositions I was expecting, but compositions nonetheless. We have Duggies on more of that Winston composition, while Ignite's going to go a little bit Broly, but with some very interesting DPS choices. We have Teeny just walking into the team right now. Absolutely no fear trying to get onto the backline, but he's getting solo really nice Maywall in order to block the rest of the incoming damage. And it just looks like they're all peppering. And Teeny still quite low on the point, while Hexel is just on the off angle, firing in some shots. And Ignite is just getting so low, and they are pressured out. Hexel getting the first kill onto Riddles. And now I think it's the go button if you're on the side of Duggies. You want to try and secure these picks. However, Brood's not getting quite low, and if that goes down, it'll be disastrous. But Hexel's taken out both Rose as well, and it's looking like it's going to be a cap eventually in the favor of Duggies.
Yeah, they've kind of staggered themselves here accidentally here, Ignite. I think that was kind of maybe a miscommunication there. I think kind of the lose quickly and back away is kind of more what they wanted to go for here. Dougie's getting the first cap here on the first map here of Nepal. Turbo almost at the ultimate here as well as the supports here for the side of Dougie's, but Ignite, Tinny almost at their ultimate as well. We're having a fire battle in the sky now, but looks like shots just being missed from both fire players, just kind of distracting each other as Ignite begins to kind of walk forward here, but Rose taking a lot of damage here, has to be careful to back up and not get out of this fight before it's even begun. Dougie's with 2 ultimates on the board here. They're going to want to press the W key here.
Yeah, they have all of the odds to use, but I don't even know if they're going to need them because Hexel gets a kill with the flash nade. Giant just trades it back, but Tobo the Hobo is doing so much. Oh, it's getting a little bit frantic now, though. Members on both sides going down, but it is still Dougie's in control for now. Big barrage coming out from Tobo, but it's unable to get any kills as it looks like this might be a fight that Ignite it could win, but it is taking them a little while. Dougie's doing a really good job of just holding control of this point for right now. Here we go. Teeny is back in and using the rampage, trying to get some stuff done, and I think Gunny got his beat Ajaxed.
Oh my gosh. An Ajax, first Ajax of the day. Someone start a tally in chat. Looks like my feed has died.
My feed has also died as well. Hold on, let me just...
Okay.
We are back, and I believe some of the tech issues may have been solved as we see... Oh, Tobo almost gets sniped out of the air by Rose, but manages to stay alive, and now it is Ignite ticking back up.
As I get back in.
Oh, okay, Gem not in right now, so Teeny takes... Oh, yeah, we are back in. Teeny actually takes down Hexel early into the fight. Really great work, and also takes down Tobo. That is not something that you see very often. A Junker Queen taking the fire out of the sky, and it's going to be a really nice hold from Ignite. They don't have to invest any ultimates into it.
Yeah, and I mean, we come away from our little tech issue, and now Ignite almost up to this percentage accrued by Duckies in the first half here of our first point here on Nepal. Ignite with the double support ultimates in their back pocket as well. Giant Ninja almost up to the ultimate as well, just peppering in a lot of damage here on the fire here in the sky. Duggies with Brute Strike here with the Winston ultimate here that they could use, and Ignite have taken over here for this with the percentage.
We see Brute Strike go in, but it's already Teeny taking the first kick on Tobo again, and now Brute Strike is just trying to bully the rallying Diva into a corner, but is unable to do so. Is trapped in a room with Jai, manages to take him down, but all the while the rest of the team on the side of Duckies is falling, and now we're ticking up over 90%.
Yeah, 90%. And I mean, Ignite started off this first map a little bit behind. Maybe they've taken a little bit of time to warm up now, but they look in far better form with 4 ultimates here for this next fight, Cress.
I think they're just going to click all of their ultimate buttons right now. Jai, Rose, only using their ults. Oh, but it's Tobo who comes in with the double kill on the barrage. And this might flip. Can Duckies get on in time? They absolutely can. Keep the overtime wick burning. Teeny is going for the miraculous play on with the rampage, and I think it's managed to happen. Duggies don't flip it. It's Ignite taking the first map.
That felt like a just mental fortitude battle in the in the last fight there. I can't believe that Tinny is able to take that fight win there, the 1v2. But I mean, that Junker Queen ultimate is nasty, nasty work, and Ignite taking the first round here of Nepal.
It was looking a little bit scary there for a second because you think they have 4 ults, Ignite has everything they need to win, but then they start to drop members and you're thinking if they lose that one, they come back with almost no ults. But I love Teeny's work in being able to identify that the Rampage will kill both of them and securing that round.
Yeah, I think Duckies will be a little bit miffed that they didn't get that one there. It seemed very much in their favor in the beginning here of Nepal. But now, second round here, Ignite hoping to get a clean 2-0 victory on this first map of Nepal. Duckies hoping to change it around, and it looks like similar compositions, but we've got a Soldier on the field.
A Soldier is a really interesting pick. I don't mind it too much on this map of Nepal, but I think they just really want to be dealing with the air targets. However, Brute Strike already gets a really quick first pick onto Rose, and I think that's the entry you need. It makes it so much easier for that Winston to jump in.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ignite staggered a little bit here, not able to get onto the point just quite yet, and Giant Ninja going to have to go around that pillar here to not go down here, and it looks like Dougie's just taking up so much space on the point here, pushing Ignite as far away as possible, and the fire war wages on.
Jai gets really low, has to back out, is managed to get saved by Riddles, who puts the shield back up. But Teeny now entry fragging onto Gunny and is going for the other support on the side of Dougie's as well. They're just getting so low, and Teeny is doing so much work right now on the Junker Queen, is now going for the Winston. Winston having to back out, but I don't know if it's actually going to save. This might be just a miraculous stagger.
Yeah, it will be, and the point finally flipping in the favor of Ignite here. Tinny making sure to get out without a scratch as we start to get up to our first ultimates here in this second round here of Nepal. Tinny is so much fun to watch. I've casted Tinny before, and probably one of my favorite Junker Queen players to watch. Just so many aerial shots that are absolutely ridiculous.
It's crazy to see how many knives Teeny lands. I say that just there lands a knife, but it doesn't matter because Jai and Riddles have fallen on the side of Ignite, and they managed to just use that Kiri rush to get in, and they've cleared the point, and it's going to be flipping back in favor of Dougie's.
Yeah, so very short hold for the side of Ignite, maybe going a little bit too aggressive there, and some great positioning for the side of Dougie's to secure the W there and flip the point over. And with Iggy going off the side there, looks like it will be a full reset for the side of Ignite. And Ignite are not even able to get up to the same percentage here as Dougie's, so definitely kicking themselves for that one. Tinny does have their ultimate here, and we should get double support ultimates for Ignite as well. Dougie's lots on the board as well.
Here we go, ultimates are starting to come out. Tobo doesn't get anyone with that barrage and is immediately punished by Jai. And now the orbital strike coming in from Team Iggy, and ults are just coming out left, right, and center. Ignite using both of their support ults. They need to be winning this fight because Dougie still have control of the point. Broodstrike using that primal mage, but has burst down almost instantly. Still manages to get, I think, the primal kill off of the map. Hexel using the visor, but to no avail. It is looking like it is going to be a recap for Ignite, and Dougie's wasted so many ults in that fight, while Ignite still holds on to 2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dougie's, they should get a rush here in this next fight, but Ignite, as you've said, Crest, with a little bit of economic advantage here as far as ultimates go. Hexel getting icky though. That's one support down for the side of Ignite, but Dougie's aren't even able to get through this wall, and the blizzard used by Rose here, very aggressive blizzard here at the door, and Ignite looking very strong here. Dougie's not even able to get anywhere near to the point, Crest, just being held back in their spawn for the moment.
It was a really good pick by Hexel, but immediately traded out by a really nice blizzard from Rose, so they get to hold on to the point and not use too much for it. And now, like, they're just getting staggered out. This may well becoming very pivotal, but they're going to chuck in their Kiri rush and try and get towards this point, but it's ticking up and they need to be careful. This is looking like it's going to be fast last fight territory as Rose gets the first pick onto Tobo the Hobo, and it's a battle between the soldier and the fire. The flying fire comes out on top, and it looks like it's just going to be cleaner for Ignite right here. It's going to be a scramble for them to touch the point.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ignite looking very, very strong on Nepal. They could be able to take it here. And a crucial kill from Giant Ninja onto Tobo. Hexel going down too. And it looks like Ignite have sealed the deal. And this Maywall is going to stop anyone from getting anywhere close to the point.
It's a very clinical win there from Ignite. They just had so much aggression between the Junker Queen and Giant Ninja, I think, just edging Tobo the Hobo out just a little bit on that fire as well.
Yeah, that was pretty clean as far as Ignite goes. They're able to take the 2-0 here on the first map of Nepal, and it was a little bit of a shaky start on our first round here, Crest, but a little bit of warming up, and they looked firmly in control.
They really did, and it was like pretty close fights for both of the points, but Ignite manages to take both of them, and this is great for them. We said before they're currently sitting 2-2, and they really need to be winning this one if they want to try and make that land. They need to almost win out the rest of their games, and they're starting off really well against a team that is already, 3-1 in Dougie's.
Yeah, absolutely. Giant Ninja here with the play of the game, as we saw a little bit earlier here on the Farah. I absolutely loved watching the Farah v Farah with Giant Ninja and Tobo. So much fun to watch. I feel like we get a Farah meta every once in a blue moon, and it's something I personally always look forward to. Just so much fun to watch. But Ignite, very strong start for them, but it means that they won't get to pick the next map. So we'll have to see what Dougie's are going to pick here. It'll be a very strategic choice, I'm sure. and maybe they'll pick something that Junker Queen is not good on. And they might even ban Junker Queen. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see. We are going to be taking a very quick break before we get into the next map. So we're just going to have a couple of replays and an ad break, and we will see you back soon, guys.
Welcome back, gamers. Ignite with the first map in our second series of the day here of our Disconnected Esports Qualifiers. Here I'm Jem, here with Cress, and Ignite taking the first W. Is this what you expected, Cress?
I expected it to be close. I maybe thought that we'd maybe see all three of the rounds on Nepal, but no, Ignite taking that one pretty handily. It was kind of close, a little bit of a back and forth, kind of lots of picks being traded, but when the dust settled, it always ended up being Ignite coming out on top.
Yeah, definitely. And it looked really clean. I think particularly in that second round here of Nepal, just really great work from the team. They look very together. Looks like the comms are clean and not scattered. And it seems like the teamwork very much paying off for them. They look disciplined here. And it's a great first map win for them to get their scoreline a little bit better than Dougie's, as they are 2-2 right now. Dougie's on 3-1. So Ignite wanting to take them up to a 3 here. And we're going into our second map here, which Dougie's will be picking. I'm sure they're going to pick something. I was going to say that Junker Queen isn't good on, and Route 66. I mean, you can play a variety of things here, but I think Winston classically played here, at least at the moment.
I think there's a couple different comps you can run on Route 66, but I do think that Winston probably will be what they preference. And we'll have to see when it comes to the bans, because I think what's really interesting is, for previous teams, Dougie's was probably the one who was more in the lead when they were playing that Farah, but we actually saw that Ignite with Jai on the Farah did so well, so much so that Dougie's felt like they had to swap from Cass to Soldier to just put a little bit more consistent pressure on it, and it didn't end up working. So I'm interested to see if maybe they go, okay, we do like playing Farah, but we're not going to play Farah on this map, and maybe even just ban it to just try and get Jai maybe onto a different hero.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It'll be really interesting. I think you're right. I think the bans are definitely going to determine this next map here for both of our teams, and we'll see what has been banned. Looks like Dougie's will be banning the Farah, as predicted, and Ignite will be banning the Ana. Did we have Ana banned in the first map?
Yeah, so I believe Dougie's actually banned the Ana in the first round, which means that Ignite is still able to ban Ana, so we are not going to be seeing Grandma, at least on these first two maps, which does mean if they do make it to that tiebreaker, Ana will be available. It's really interesting to see that both teams don't really want the other team playing Ana. It's like, obviously, Ana puts so much pressure, I guess, if you have those flying characters, of course, no Farah, but maybe we see something like an Echo come out. But I do think a very good ban if you're Dougie's. I think you were just getting a little bit beaten by Jai on that Farah, and even though you have a Farah player yourself, I think if you just take it out of the pool, you try and rely on getting some really good hit scan in to try and just do that consistent damage.
Yeah, definitely. I would think that with Farah off the table that maybe we see a little bit more Freya here, as she acts kind of similarly, this anti-dive pressure here for our DPS players. We'll have to see if that's something that we're going to see here on Dorado. I feel like the high ground could be really good for her as well with the draft. It's obviously early Freya days, but she's certainly made an impact with her high burst potential, and we'll have to see if this is something the teams want to lean into here for Dorado. Dougie's will be attacking with Ignite on the defense here, so we'll have to see what they're going to play. And no Drunken Queen banned. Probably shouldn't play Junker Queen here, but I can't wait for Ignite to play Junker Queen here because they're definitely going to want to. It's their strength.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be very surprised at all if Teeny at least rocks out for the first point to see what they can do. At least
definitely.
You've got that really big corner to defend first, so you do have a little bit to play around there. If Teeny goes aggressive, maybe you get some picks. I don't know if I'm expecting to see Jai maybe rock out on that Freya for the first round. However, Jai did play quite a bit of Freya yesterday, so maybe when they swap over to that attacking side, I definitely think that Freya might come out because there's just so much damage potential. I think when you're on the attack, just being as offensive as possible would be good.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's definitely I get what you mean. It's definitely the ideal. That's definitely what they are hoping for here. Dougie's here, thinking about the Winston here on their attack. I mean, this is pretty classic composition, particularly in Overwatch 2 here of this Winston rush, banana rush, as I like to call it here for Dougie's. And we're back. We're back to us. Well, a little bit of a delay getting into the game, but that's okay because we get to talk about more Overwatch and we'll get to see. So, we'll get to do a little bit of analysis. Let's do some thinking about Dorado. Dorado is a really interesting one. I feel like this map, third point, is extremely difficult. The spawn is so close for the defenders to the cart at the end. It's a very tricky one to finish here. Dorado, I think, is one of the better escorts. I don't know how you feel, Cress. As a dive Andy myself, I'm an enthusiast of Dorado, although many of my favorite teams have lost on Dorado. Many of my favorite teams have lost on Dorado. Route 66 is like a classic dive map, and it used to be a classic Cass map back in the day, but we don't see Cass too much these days.
No, Cass not as common, and I am really interested to see because I do actually believe that you're right. Normally that dive, that Winston is really strong on Route 66, but you have kind of two teams, or Teeny, who really wants to play that Jungle Queen if they can get away with it, and then Broodstrike, I think, struggled a little bit playing that Winston into that Jungle Queen early because of all of the burst damage that Ignite was able to get on them every time they jumped in. So I'm interested to see if we see something different. I have a feeling that Dougie's might go for that TP hook combo if they are running on the hog, or they might just swap immediately out. I know that that's something that they did yesterday, and it's looking like Hexel wants to maybe try and get a Widow pick, so they're really bringing it all out. They really want to try and make as much happen as possible, but no, they're not going to go for the hog hook strategy this time. They're just going to go straight onto that Winston.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's definitely, I think, the right decision here for the side of Dougie's. Just, it's such a great Winston map, and we will have the double hit scan here, but it looks like Hexel actually will be playing the Widow. I thought it was maybe for a peek. Actually looks like potentially going back into Smart. And Adamite on to the Kiriko here, so just a bit of a classic composition apart from this Widowmaker, which has been swapped to the Tracer, so there you go. There's the classic composition against this Ignite, kind of all over the place, but in a fantastic way. Love what the team will be able to do here. Just so much for them to play with, but taking a lot of early damage here. We're going to have to be very careful to not go down to all of the Winston damage being peppered in here from Broodstrike.
Yeah, Broodstrike doing a little bit of cleaving right now with the Tesla cannon. I think what's going to be pivotal right now is they're going to want to take this high ground, but it's going to be so hard because Ignite has so much damage. But it's really great when Toba the Hobo gets a pick early onto Iggy. It's probably going to be a go time where they want to take that high ground as quickly as possible, but Hexel just gets a little bit too greedy and dies to Riddles in the backline, trying to burn down that Brigitte. And right now they're just taking pot shots right now. Oh, Broodstrike getting quite low on the Winston, having to fall back down, but notably the cart has moved quite a lot considering not a lot has gone on right now. Tobo getting really low, manages to scrape out with his life. In fact, there is a trade. Broodstrike's going to take down Jai, but Rose gets the kill onto Tobo, and it is absolutely chaos right now. But all this time, the cart is almost at the end of point A, and oh my god, a very fast Echo right now trying to deter Dougie's from taking the map, but they're just getting all of the picks right now.
Yeah, very much so. Ignite, though, only 3 people alive. They're doing a lot of damage here as Jai and Tinny Albert to take it down too. And so Dougie's, even though they had more people alive, are on the back foot now. And Ignite look like they should be able to hold this here at the beginning of A. The beginning
Ignite
of A. The end of
A. Ignite gets a really good hold right there. As we can see, Texel just needs to get out with his life. You don't want to get staggered. You just really want to regroup.
Close. Yeah, very much so. Very close there, but is able to escape here. So Duggies, I mean, they've still got 2 minutes left. That's still quite a bit of time to play with here. They will have the beat here, which could be a beat engage. Also Turbo with the Sojourn Ultimate online as well. Ignite having to play a little bit careful here as Hexel's waiting for something. Hexel's waiting for a little bit of a flank here, but everyone on Dougie's going a little bit low, and it will be a beat engage, but only gets onto Brood Strike.
Yeah, so the beat is used, but it only gets onto the one member as Jai gets the pick onto Party, but Brugsteig in the background getting a couple picks. Investing the Primal Rage, gets 2 kills with Primal Rage. It needs to be more if they want to push this one, and it is more. The Monkey going absolutely bananas on this point, taking down 3. Will it be 4, or will Rose get the kill? It's so close. The Stickies connect, and he's on 14 health, but he just manages to get that one out. If it's a quick reset from Dougie's, they can get back into this fight quickly. They just need to take out Teeny, who is getting so low on the point, and hats off to you, Broodstrike, right there, getting all of the kills, and it should just be Dougie's taking the point as Ignite just stagger in.
Yeah, so, I mean, Dougie's take a little bit of time, but 3 minutes is still not too bad here to be able to get this through to B and potentially C here as well. And both DPS ultimates online for the side of Dougie's as well as Atomite with the rush here. And then we've got Iggy and Rose on the side of Ignite with their own ultimates as well. So we'll have to see what they're able to do with here. Dougie's, though, some great push here. A lot of momentum here for the side of them. Just popping some shots here from Tobo, taking advantage of the high ground. It looks like a copy will be coming online for Rose, and it's a Winston copy.
A Winston copy at the end of the fight. I think it's just going to be a Dougie's retreat. Hexel actually does throw the pulse bomb in all of that madness, not able to connect onto anyone. And Rose just going to go primal just to try and deter them. Maybe get a pick here, which will delay them, but feeling very healthy on the Winston. And obviously when getting out of the copy will be full health and can just back out. It's going to be a rush though from Atomite. They want to get aggressive on this one. But I think it actually gets caught on the door and actually doesn't go far enough. So a little bit of a waste of a curio, but they are now on the cart and pushing. But they are getting peppered from every angle as Jai snipes Tobo the Hobo with that railgun, and now it's getting a bit dicey. Rose does go down, but Jai's already killed 2, and I think it's just going to be a retreat from Dougie's, and they're going to reset here. Oh.
Yeah, very much so. Although Giant Ninja wants to press this advantage, actually, even though Dougie's have backed off, just feeling aggressive, definitely feeling themselves as they walk forward, but is going to back off. So I think Jai might be regretting that Sojourn ultimate just a little bit, but hey, I'm sure Atomite is also regretting that Kiriko ult. So it's par for the course here for both of these teams. Tinny kind of caught out of position and commits the ultimate as well, but does go down to Tobo.
Unfortunately, Teeny goes down, so now there is no take on the side of Ignite. They lose a little bit of pressure right there. Rose still peppering in from afar with the Echo, but is pushed back, and unfortunately, when you lose your tank, you lose a lot of your pressure on the cart, and now it is Brugsteig just freely taking that kind of high ground, just peppering them all off, and we've got some really nice ults coming out from the side of Dougie's that we might be seeing early here as we see Brugsteig dive onto Riddles. There's not much he can do. He does manage to shield bash away right now, but support's isolated from the rest of the team right now. And here we go. Brugsteig going primal, going to try and get as much rally as he did before. Not getting as much right now, and the rally comes out from the side of Ignite, but not able to do much. Brugsteig getting so much damage in and so much chaos on the back line with that primal rage, and I think it's going to be a fight that eventually Dougie's are going to grind out.
Yeah, absolutely. And using a lot there for both of these teams, actually, but Dougie's crucially getting the fight W. I don't think Ignite want to touch here. The only thing about it, they will go for a touch here with 1.8 meters to go for the side of Dougie's and 20 seconds remaining.
It's taken a long time for them to kind of pepper down Teeny. In fact, Teeny doesn't actually die, manages to stay alive, swapping over to the Winston, and Rose gets 2 picks, 3 picks, and I think it's actually going to be a hold, and there's only 7 seconds left. I don't think that Dougie's are going to be able to push this one. I think they were so confident, they maybe went to sleep a little bit, and now that overtime wick is starting, and no one's going to be able to touch. A really nice hold from Ignite just before point B.
Yeah, I kind of expected Dougie's to get to that 3rd point there, or at least very close to the end with how they were playing point B there, Cress. But it looks like Ignite on top there. And as you said, Tinny not dying there was so crucial to allow the rest of the team to be able to pop off there. And they stopped the attack of Dougie's here just a little bit before the start of C.
Yeah, and it's a really good hold, and it gives them a really good hope that they're going to win. Route 66 generally a little bit hard to push all the way to the end of C, but you don't have to do that now on the side of, oh my gosh, having a brain fade on the side of Ignite. You only have to push just before, you only have to push just before B, and that's really great. And I believe that they can do this, and it was really nice to see actually Tinny come out on the Winston. As you can see here, it actually might be a Winston pick again, because it just actually jumped barely past Broodstack to even touch the point, and I think they just got caught off guard. I didn't actually think they thought that Tinny was going to touch the point, and you could just see, like, got down to half health and then kind of just stayed there. Oh, we see a Sigma.
What? I love Overwatch. What a fun composition. We've got the Torbjorn Ashe. That's the most anti-dive DPS line I've ever seen in my life. Then we've got the Sigma here. So playing almost a Circuit Royale comp here for Duggies on the defense with the Sigma, Zen, Bap. A lot of poke damage here that they're hoping to do, and maybe thinking that Tinny is going to play the Winston here. So Ashe and Torbjorn able to play great anti-dive strats here, just being able to get that high ground and do so much damage, as the Winston will be able to jump across.
I'm so interested to see how this competition works out, because I have so much poke. There's so much long-range poke on the side of Duggies. And as soon as Tinny jumps in, I expected Discord to go onto them and probably to blow up immediately. So it's going to have to be Ignite being very careful on their dives in order to make the most of it. Probably wasting cooldowns, hopefully, and then making a big dive with the Echo and the Winston to maybe burst someone down. But there you go. Immediately discorded, stunned on the floor, dispatched from the lobby. And I would be very surprised, I think, if we see Tinny try to force the Winston into this. I think you might want to be swapping right here, but I don't know if Junker Queen is going to be necessarily as helpful. Oh, we actually see the D.Va swap, which I do quite like. I guess you get rid of a lot of that long-range poke damage. You can like DM the team, maybe someone who's getting discorded. We haven't seen a lot of D.Va through the tournament, but I like this pick. But the problem is you actually cannot stop yourself from getting stunned by an Aggression Rock, even with that DM. So it's just going to be Broodstack hanging on for dear life on this high ground and just kind of absorbing all of this damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking like a little bit of a better pick than the Winston, but still Tinny with not a lot of HP left here, but still is remaining alive, as Rose is up to the copy now. Duggies, though, Adamite almost up to this window as well, which is going to do a lot of damage here. And with this high ground positioning, that should do a lot. Tobo here kind of caught out of position, but the lamp will save them. Tobo does eventually go down to Rose, but Hexel taking out Tinny, and trades all over the place here, Cress.
Trades are happening all over the place. Unfortunately, Rose goes down. I thought maybe if Rose got the copy off, it could have been really great, and they could have just had almost an extra body on the field. But right now, it is looking like it is going to be a Duggies hold for now. However, and they've also got 4 holds, Gem.
Yeah, that's crazy. Almost 5. I mean, I assume Tobo will get it during this fight. Hexel taking a little bit of poke from the team who's not quite playing the poke composition, but doubles DPS ultimates and support ultimates pretty much as well for Ignite. So this should be a 4 versus 4 ultimate matchup, unless Tobo is able to get this lava ult over the line for Duggies. A minute 40 remaining for the side of Ignite. And the D.Va looking a little bit better than the Winston, but I think looking a little bit lost without their Junker Queen.
Yeah, absolutely. Tinny goes very low again, tries to dive the high ground, and here we go. We're going to see a copy on the Sigma. 2 tanks on the board of a Knight, and ults are just coming out left, right, and center. We see Bob, we see Graviton Flux, we see the window, we see Transcendence. All of the ults coming out. Ignite still not taking too many losses right now. However, Rose does lose the copy, and it is looking like it's probably eventually going to be a hold, because nothing is happening. All these ults invested, but no one dies. Party gets the first pick onto Rose now, and I think it's just going to be a lot of stagger kill. They invest the rally. Oh no, they have to be confident that they're going to win this fight, or something's going to happen if they've invested that, because now Ignite is sitting with 0 ultimates and Duggies have held.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this composition looked a little funky as it came out from the side of Duggies, but working really well here, just standing up here on this high ground. I think the positioning is very much in their favor. Now, Tinny has a bomb, but I feel like we don't see too much D.Va bomb kills in the year of 2025, so we'll have to see maybe just a space creating kind of ultimate here for Tinny as they look to get this first point with only 30 seconds remaining, and with Hexel taking down Rose, that's going to become even more difficult.
That is absolutely not what you want to see if you are on the side of Ignite. You're going to have to just back out completely right now and try not to have everyone die. Notably, you do have your D.Va Bomb. I probably think it's going to just be used to demech instead of aggressively because Duggies have so many things that can stop it. They have the Sigma Shield. They have they have the BAP as well. So it's just going to be so hard. Tini does finally get onto the high ground. Hexel getting extremely low. Can they finish him off? No, he's already back up to full with all the burst healing. And here we go. I think you're going to be seeing a bomb here momentarily to get back into the mech. But in the meantime, Iggy is down in the backline. It actually gets the kill onto Adamite. I think maybe the immortality not timed properly, and it is frantic right now. Ignite need to push that card if they want to win, or will it be a Dougie's hold in order to bring it to 1-1? I believe it's looking like it's going to be Teeny demech. I don't think the D.Va working out too well for them as we see the spam of a victory turning 360 from Hexel, and there you go, series tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, statement map here from Dougie's. I thought that attack run from Ignite actually looked quite good there, Crest, but Dougie's defense hold was just... Sorry, not their defense hold. But that was absolutely crazy there. Dougie's, I mean, just like... That was so... just with the composition coming out there, I think it's just thrown me. It was so wild, but it really shut down to anything Ignite wanted to do there. And looking like a very clean map from them.
It was a composition that they, I believe, ran yesterday. They really do just like to play this really pokey long-range comp on Route 66 and try and hold those corners. It works out amazingly for them. Yeah, I think that, like, they just struggled. Like, obviously, Teeny trying to kind of play that more dive that we expect is going to be good on Route 66, but just absolutely could not get in. Immediately rocked on the Winston, on the D.Va. It did not matter, as we see Tobo did get a very nice shot cancelling that Junker Queen ult there. And yeah, it just didn't come together for them. I don't think they really got a very clean fight at all on their first point attack.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Tinny should have stuck with the Junker Queen, honestly. Like, look, I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult on the attack, but I feel like they just had so much more luck with it in the first round there compared to the D.Va and the very brief Winston that we saw from Tinny. But a statement here from Dougie's, I mean, this composition is so interesting. It's very, very clever, and it worked exactly how they wanted it to.
They just managed to take all of these angles, and like I think the Jungle Queen might have worked better just because Teeny would have known a little bit more on what to do. But again, you don't have a shield or anything, so that Sigma just stands on the high ground, peppering you with the primary fire and also just throwing rocks at you. And they didn't really have anything that could stop that burst damage. So really smart composition from Ignite, from Dougie's tying up that series, and we will be going to your beloved push mode, which I am also a push enjoyer.
I feel like all color casters are push enjoyers because it's the most pure expression of skill in Overwatch. Like, it's so even-sided. No one gets an advantage in push. It's just good old-fashioned battleground Overwatch. That's what we love to see. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what map we actually get for push. This will be Ignite's pick as Dougie's won the last map. So we'll have to see which map we are going to out of the 3. Ignite, I mean, picking Runasapi here. So this is our second Runasapi of the day here. We'll have to see what they're going to play here. I feel like Runasapi is probably the most neutral of all of our push maps. I feel like Esperanca is very dive favored, and then Coliseum is a little bit more poke favored. Runasapi, I feel like you can play almost anything on.
I think it's a pretty good pick from the side of Ignite. What I'm interested to see right now is if Dougie's ban the Junker Queen. I don't know if Junker Queen did get banned for any of the maps right now, and you know that Teeny really wants to play that Junker Queen. This might be the point where you go, okay, we've taken a map back. If we can ban the Junker Queen, we force Teeny onto something they're not as comfortable with.
Yeah, I feel like this whole series has just been the campaign to upset Tinny. I mean, if you're not able to play Junker Queen here and you were forced off of Junker Queen in the last map just purely due to what the map requires of you there, just not the best map for Junker Queen. I almost feel bad for Tinny. This is just the sign saying no Junker Queens allowed in here during this match, and I'm sure Tinny a little bit upset that they're not able to do that. We're currently waiting for hero bands to come online soon, so we'll have to see if that Junker Queen is taken away. If not, I'm really interested to see what the ban will be. Maybe Dougie's will ban the Echo. I feel like the Echo from Ignite has been pretty good on the last 2 maps. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what they pick. I think you're right. I think the Junker Queen one is going to happen. Poor Tinny. If not, I would be surprised.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, this is actually such an interesting. I was going to say, when you ban the Junker Queen, like even if you don't ban the Junker Queen, what we do know is that Ana is not going to be banned because it was banned in the first 2 maps, so it might be hard anyway. But there we go. Junker Queen and Kiriko banned. It's going to be, I think, a lot of Ana being played and some maybe crazy nades coming out to maybe try and secure some fight wins.
Yeah, I think traditionally we'd usually see a Juno here. Maybe they go Juno Brig here on Esperanza. I mean, last match we saw some Zenyatta, so that's also a possibility. A bit of a rarity, but as a Zenyatta enjoyer, I'm not going to say no to more Zenyatta. I think also Lucio is really great here, but Lucio and Kira is kind of the classic combo. Like, who are you going to pair with the Lucio? Lucio Ana is of the olden times. That's of the 2019 times. But yeah, we'll have to see what the teams are going to pick here. No Junker Queen for Tinny. I'm sure Tinny is a little miffed with that. I'm excited to see what they're going to pick here instead of the Junker Queen. Honestly, like, okay, listen, everyone. I know that Malga has been nerfed. I know, and I hate him. We all do. Shout out, everyone hates him. But Mauga is really good on this map, and if you are good enough at Mauga, he's really, really oppressive, just in general, but especially on Esperanza. This is a really great map for him. So that's maybe something that Tinny could pull out, but I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see the Diva again.
Yeah, Diva is a big possibility. I'm wondering maybe if Ram or something of the likes comes out. And there you go.
There you go.
My 2 cents was tingling. I just really do like Ram. I think, like, obviously doesn't excel at anything massively, but it's just a really good. Ram does a little bit of everything. You have a shield, you can get very aggressive. You have a block, and then you ult and you just block and you walk forward, and hopefully the rest of your team can clean up as well. But really interesting teams coming in here. We actually do see a swap onto the Ana, which I'm very interested to see. You've got that classic Ana Brig backline on the side of Dougie's, which I thought maybe Ignite might bring out, because I've seen a lot of Iggy nanoing riddles on the Brig kind of compositions, but no, we've got the Juno Brig, very, very stock standard backline from Ignite, and it's going to be a fire from Jai as well.
Yeah, this very much fits the kind of team that Ignite is here. And as I said earlier, Brig Juno, fantastic on this map and just in the metas we've seen at the moment in general. Some damage here from Jai. Dougie's a bit more of a ground-based team apart from Broodstrike here on the Winston, but they're taking a lot of damage at the moment as Adamite's able to get a lot of percentage here for the Nano being accrued, but Jai able to take down Party, so that's the Brig out of the equation for Dougie's, and also taking down Hexel. And that's some really key kills here to start this off, with Ignite getting the first bit of push almost up to 20 meters here.
Yeah, Jai's just peppering in. You don't really have anything that's actually going to pressure him in the air other than the Ana and as well as Toba the Hobo if he gets up to that railgun. But now they're just going so aggressive. They want to probably try and take this forward spawn if they can.
Yeah, definitely. Tinny looking good here on the Ramatra so far. Rose almost up to this Blizzard here. Adamite, though, very crucially, again, still doing so much healing, so much damage here on the Nano here. But Ignite taking this checkpoint, not even a touch here from the side of Dougie. So that's the forward spawn unlocked for the side of Ignite.
That's absolutely not what you want to see if you are Dougie's. You've basically lost your forward spawn with absolutely no effort on the side of Ignite at all. And you're struggling to just get in. You see Hexel swapped over to the Cassidy to try and put more pressure on the fire. But it's going to be a Nano and Monkey going to the backline. What can they get done? They do get the first pick onto Riddles. And this Monkey is just absolutely cleaving. Backs out just a little bit. Lets the team do the rest of the damage. But Dougie's finally going to get that cart moving. But notably only probably back to the center. And you might actually see all of Ignite respawn before they even get to the center, and it's just going to be a fight probably just barely past that center of push.
Yeah, only one ultimate used for the side of Duggo. Is a very successful Nano there from Adamite. Ignite, though, using quite literally nothing in that fight, so they've got a lot to play for this next team fight. And as you were saying, Chris, not a lot of meterage able to be accrued here for the side of Duggies, as Ignite were able to make sure that fight happened a little bit more in the middle here. They're going to want to stop this push before it gets to the checkpoint.
Here we go. We see Iggy using that orbital ray early to try and get some damage in. Teeny going very low, gets anti though, pops the annihilation and the block, and is moving forward. Hexel taken out in the back line, and this is the go button if you are Ignite. Ultra just using left, right, and center. Jai gets Toba the Hobo with that barrage. They want to push their advantage as much as they can. They do stop Duggies from getting that forward spot, and now they're just doing cleanup right now. They're just taking stagger picks, and again, they're already at their forward spawn. And Duggies, they've got ultimates, but it's looking a bit dire.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Ignite have got some crazy momentum going at the moment. Gorgeous kill from Giant Ninja there to get the stagger onto Duggies. And so now waiting for that spawn to come in. You're right, they do have 3 ultimates, but taking a lot of early damage here. Tinny has been slept, but will be woken up momentarily. Jai getting very low and will be taken down from Hexel. Broodstrike popping the Winston ult here, and the Nano is ready.
Oh, Tobo almost goes down in the overclock, but manages to get the Nano just in time, and it is going to be a fight winner for Duggies. They have to invest their Nano, they invest their overclock, but still, they have Hexel's ult and Party's ult.
Yeah, so they used 3 there, but still able to keep 2. That's pretty good for the ultimate economy as far as things go. For Duggies, they do only have 32 meters. There is 6 minutes left, of course, but Ignite have made quick work of Runasapi here with almost 100 meters here. 6 minutes to go. This is still quite a bit of fights need to be won for the side of Duggies to tie this up.
We have an early rally being popped right now. Really nice anti-nade onto the side of Ignite. They back out, though, and unfortunately, it's a bit of an anti-synergy because Hexel's gone for the Deadeye. It does force them back, though, for the moment. Riddle's rally mostly nullified by that Deadeye, and it is going to be some meterage being gained for Duggies. If they can get the forward spawn here, it's not too bad. They can start taking more fights and winning, as we see Teeny going in the ravage, but oh my god, gets bursted down almost immediately, an anti and then a headshot finished off. And I think this is what Duggies needed. They needed to be able to take a fight here where they don't have to invest too much, and they have.
Yeah, winning the neutral off, as it were, for Duggies here, and able to get this checkpoint. So now their further spawn has been unlocked. A huge boon to the side of Duggies here to shift their momentum back into their favor. Still need a little bit more to tie up with Ignite, but they're slowly making their way up there.
Oh, Broodstrike getting a little bit too low, and that's going to be a pick, and I think it's just going to be the go button for Ignite. They're going to walk this one back, but Duggies might actually get back just in time to get a fight more towards the center.
Yeah, they will get a fight towards the center, but Ignite using nothing in that fight. So a lot of it ultimates here for this next fight, and Party will actually swap onto the Zen here. So double flex support in this lobby at the moment. We saw this also in our last matchup as well. The Zen Ana picks here on Runasapi, almost called it Esprogda, on Runasapi here, and the Nano goes out to Broodstrike.
Oh my gosh, it's trades all around. The orbital ray from Iggy coming out, and it's just, I think, going to clear out the fight before we could even blink. Everything had already happened. I was just going to say, the problem when you're playing, there you go, you're going to see Party stop off of the Zen, is I was going to say, you're so vulnerable to Giant Ninja on that Pharah until you get your Transcendence, basically, and it is going to be a swap for them.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the right move. Juno, a little bit of a better pick, particularly on this map as well. And with the Winston, I really like the Juno as well. And I mean, Ignite don't necessarily need any more push. They just kind of need to waste Dougie's time. And that's a gorgeous nade onto Rose, who will be popping the Blizzard. But Dougie's getting the better of this fight, at least for now.
They do. Party lives on just a slither of health, and Broodstrike in the background gets it all done. It's just going to be Teeny and Rose on the point, but eventually they will go down, and we still got 3.5 minutes left of this push map. Still heaps of time for fights to be happening. That's why I love push. There's just always fights going on.
Yeah, there seriously always is. You only get a little bit of time to breathe here for the teams and for the casters here in push. And I mean, Dougie's at 69 meterage here now. There's not too much for them to tie it up, but it's just so much for them to walk the bot back from Ignite's humongous push of 110 to the other side of the map. They're meeting in the middle here, Crest, just like we saw last time.
Absolutely. We see the Deadeye coming out, just trying to lock on. Teeny needs to be very careful. The Deadeye does do a lot of damage, and Teeny is getting so low right now. Is just backing out, using up all of that block, and it's going to be an engagement Broodstrike on to Ignite. I'm wondering who's going to be the first to pull. Dougie's, everyone on Dougie's is so low right now, and they are all barely alive. There you go. Iggy manages to take out Toba the Hobo. The Nano comes out, and they think they can swing this fight with the Nano onto Broodstrike as well as onto the Ana due to that perk, and now it's just so chaotic right now, but I think everyone is just so split on the side of Dougie's. there you go. They invest the orbital strike. They think they can win this,
wow.
and it's almost disastrous because you've invested so many ults into the fight right now. Your ult economy is a little bit in shambles, and it's going to be Ignite coming out on top.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you are Dougie's. 2 minutes remaining, and you're not able to tie up the push. The 110 meters very tall here for the side of Ignite, who are pushing even more. Jai getting a kill onto Tobo. That's Dougie's having to back off a little bit, but they kind of don't have a choice because if Ignite keep pushing, they're going to finish the map.
Oh, it's a really good Ravenous Vortex from Teeny. Almost gets a member of Dougie's, and they're going to use that orbital right early. I can't believe Iggy already has another one of this, and coupled with the barrage, no, it swings back the other way. In fact, Dougie's manages to get all of these kills, and it is really hard to push this last part of push because they're just so close to the spawn, and it is going to be a Dougie's win. But again, they're going to have to almost push to the end going the other way, and there's only a minute and a half left. They're basically going to have to play some perfect Overwatch from here on out.
Yeah, definitely. Probably 4 or 5 fight wins needed for Dougie's to be able to tie this up. That is a humongous push that Ignite have gotten here. And as you said, almost able to complete the map here for the side of Ignite. Tini does have the Ramatra ultimate online. The Deadeye will be locked in here for the Hexel. Not able to get anyone, but Tobo will get Iggy in the confusion. So Dougie's up a member here for this fight. But the bot is just kind of standing in the middle. Oh, Broodstrike gets riddled. So this could be the first of many fights that Dougie's need to be able to get this meterage up to tie with Ignite.
It's exactly what Dougie's needed. They invested their Deadeye into the fight, but it's not too bad. You mostly just use it as a zoning ult right now. They're going to finally get their forward spawn back, which means that they might get another fight as long as they can be decisive. They probably need to move up to get picks, but it's really dangerous because Broodstrike did that last time and immediately got killed, and so you got to be so careful, but you basically can't lose a fight from now.
Yeah, absolutely. Do or die here. Ignite with 2 ultimates on the board. Dougie's none, but Adamite and Party should get up to this port ultimates now. The bot kind of walking a little bit towards the side of Ignite, but that's Riddles popping the rally and Tinny with the Ramatra ult. And this is just so much shield, so much health. What are Dougie supposed to do here?
I don't know what they're going to do, but I think they might not even... Oh, they do pop the Primal to maybe try and get it into overtime, which I think honestly was necessary for Broodstrike. You're going to see them swap to some of those fast characters to try and get back, but it's not even going to matter. It is going to be Ignite taking the series right there, and I thought maybe for a second Dougie's could have pulled something out, but Ignite just a little bit quicker on the trigger, able to secure all those picks, and unfortunately because of how far that Ignite pushed, Dougie's just could not get back.
Yeah, absolutely. So a massive congratulations for Ignite. They're getting the win here in this matchup, but Dougie's playing really well, and I really, really enjoyed seeing their composition there on Route 66. That was super fun.
It was a really good comeback win from Ignite. I think they were probably feeling pretty good. Like, obviously, you take out the Junker Queen when you're the side of Dougie's and you think, we've got this. We forced Teeny onto a hero maybe they're not as comfortable with. But then you see a really good Ramatra coming out from Teeny. And I think that in that Brawl matchup, they just did a little bit better and able to edge it out. And, like, really didn't look that close for the majority of this Runasapi push game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was close, and then it wasn't. Towards the end there, I think Ignite taking firm control of the game. They just got so much push in their first go, Chris. I mean, I think that's really what set them up there, is their first couple team fight wins and able to get so much meterage right out the gates really set them up for a win. They were never behind in their meterage here for the push bot, and I think that massively worked in their favor.
It really did massively work in their favor, and when you get your forward spawn early, you just get 2 fights before the other team can even think of pushing, probably even that 3rd fight there. And as you can see, it was really funny because Dougie's won a lot of fights, but they unfortunately won a lot of fights directly outside of their spawn. Yeah, they sure did. But that will be our second game there. So Ignite going up with a 3-2 record, and Dougie's also with a 3-2 record, but different results here in this second matchup. I believe we have one more matchup of the day, which will be coming to you after a little break in between games for everyone to rest and recuperate before we get to, I believe, our final series of the day.
series, Ignite got the win over Dougie's. And now we are in our third and final matchup of the day. And not just the day, but the qualifiers. The qualifiers weekend coming to a close here as both of our Monash teams are about to square off against each other. Monash Milkers versus the Monash Merchants. Monash Milkers with a 1-4 scoreline and Monash Merchants with the 0-5 scoreline. So Monash Merchants hoping for their first win and Monash Milkers hoping for their second here.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, a bit of a fun match for both of these teams. Obviously, both coming from the Monash University, and also I think probably for both of these teams, their run in the tournament being over. So I think we might see a little bit of silly gameplay, or maybe we won't. Maybe Monash Merchants will come out guns a-blazing to try and get their first win.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, even if you're knocked out of the tournament, there's still, your reputation, your vibes on the line here. Still wanting to get that W. It still means a lot to you mentally, even if you aren't still in the tournament. So we'll have to see if Monash Merchants are able to get their first victory here in our last series of the day. And it's fun getting two university squads. Not only in the tournament in general, but also facing up against each other, and even better when they're from the same university. Maybe they're from different campuses. There are two Monash campuses, but both teams here from the Monash Gaming Society, who are, I think, as far as I'm aware, one of the best and strongest esports societies in the state of Victoria. They put a lot of effort into multiple games, and I think definitely the best university squads here in Victoria for Overwatch. And I think it would have been really cool to see one of the university teams at the LAN, but hopefully, as they are all Melbourne students, hopefully they swing by to visit the LAN as well. But yeah, the reputation of Monash on the line here for both of these squads. Who is going to get the best of the Monash off? That's what I'm going to start calling it from now on. And don't forget that we have some amazing prizes to give away thanks to our sponsors, Blizz ANZ and True Apparel. Be sure to put ! giveaway in the chat to enter into those giveaways. You want some Doki Watch skins. I know you do, chat. I know you do, because I saw everyone on Twitter screaming when those trailers came out. And I want the Doki Watch skins. Maybe I should enter the giveaway because I don't have the Doki Watch. I don't have the Doki Watch skins. I've been trying to save money, but Overwatch is making it very, very difficult for me by putting out skin lines that I very much care about, like especially with the Street Fighter one coming out. Like Street Fighter was like my initial entry into esports, like way back in the day. So I'm like, oh, I want that skin bundle. So ! Giveaway, everyone, get on it before we get into the Monash.
Because I already entered because I wasn't originally casting, so I was like, I'm going to enter. But now I'm casting, so maybe there's a bit of a conflict of interest. But I've been told that we're allowed to do it, so it's fine. So thank you so much for Blizzard to providing all of these things for that giveaway, as well as True Apparel. Again, really amazing merch wear, OCE brand, and they do all your jerseys, streetwear, athletic gear, and more. And they're going to be providing us with mouse pads for all of our teams that are going to the LAN for second and first place, and also some DE mouse pads to give away to you, the people in Melbourne who will definitely be coming to be the LAN audience. It would be great to see all of the OCE Overwatch community getting down if you are in Melbourne to come watch that LAN. I think it would be a really fun time, and there's some really fun prizes to be won there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an absolute blast. I'm very much looking forward to it. I've been to a couple Overwatch LANs in Melbourne and in Australia, and they're always such a fun time. There's just something about live esports that is just so magical. I feel like that's like the point kind of esports. So it's really wonderful to get a chance to have more esports tournaments here in Australia, but particularly my home and hometown of Melbourne, to get our own Overwatch LAN after so long here, thanks to Fortress and all of our wonderful sponsors. I'm really, really excited. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
It will be a lot of fun. And again, I've just thought about this, like just while we've been thinking, right, we are currently in the Melbourne Mash, but what if for this last match of the day, the last match of the qualifiers, we just dub it the Monash Mash?
The Monash.
Yes.
The Monash.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, we've dubbed it
Mash.
that one, and it's going to be a really fun game. I'm really excited to get into it.
Yeah, me too. I think like when you have that kind of rivalry going, I think that makes it even more to play of. And as you said earlier, it could get a bit silly. I think it's going to get a little bit cheeky between these two teams. I'm sure they scrim each other often, and I think they probably know exactly what each team is going to play. So I think the hero bands, I mean, there could be some sort of gentleman's agreement potentially to just do throw hero bands and only play silly, goofy stuff. Or, you know, they could take it really seriously and they want to be the one to walk into university tomorrow and say, hey, we are the Monash Mash. I forgot what the word mash was for a second. We are the Monash Mash champions. So we'll have to see which of those two teams is going to take it. Hopefully we'll be going into our team game soon. Yes, we will. Looks like we will be looking at our teams here. So Monash Milkers, we've got Mayek, Patch, Student, Yue, and Jaded Bay.
Yeah, I really like this team. They were actually the first match that we streamed on the first day of qualifiers, and Student was just going so ham on that Winston. Patch did try and play a lot of Ash, but I think got forced off a little bit and was playing Cassidy, which ended up working so well from them. And they just have such a rounded out support line as well. They also have a sub, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, who can come in and also just play a bunch of roles as well. So a very well-rounded team. Excited to see what they accomplish.
Yeah, absolutely. Excited to see what they accomplish as well. And totally agree with you on Student. Definitely the standout player of that squad here. But on the other side here, for Monash Merchants, we've got Dino and Plib. Is it Plib Flip?
It's Pib. I asked this question the last time.
Pib. Okay. Yeah. We've got Pib, Jojo, Jeepadooley, and Harry Cell. Great names on on this squad. Some really great names. Jeepadooley is that's a bit of a banger.
Say that one 3 times fast. It's going to be very fun to cast these two teams. And I believe we're going to be going into the hero bands right now. And as we can see straight up, we see Sojourn and the horse Orisa. And I do like these bands because I feel like Orisa is a character so pivotal to Overwatch, so pivotal to just being able to bunker down. But a lot of people don't like watching people play Orisa.
That's me. I'm the people that don't like watching people play Orisa. But obviously, a shame to see Sojourn out of the mix, but maybe that means Freya? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I would like to see some more Freya here. Going to, of course, the DE Qualifier Classic here of Nepal for our first map here. It's first to 2 here. So we'll have to see what maps we're going to get to here as our losers pick as we go on throughout the series. And are we going to finish the day with 3 2-1s? I think it's very possible.
I think it's possible. I think, like you said yourself, you love to cast maps that always go all the way. So will we see a bunch of 2-1 victories? I hope that it is close between the Monash teams, showing that they are both evenly balanced and both ready to go, and they want to be able to fight for the Monash Mash Championship right here.
Yeah. Yeah, and we will be seeing some Freya. So both of these teams are wanting to head over to our newest hero here in Overwatch. And we've seen throughout the series earlier today that Freya is extremely strong and extremely strong at shutting down a dive. It looks like here we'll actually be getting a Junker Queen mirror. Okay, never mind. Maybe a Mauga. I feel like Students playing some tank hero musical chairs at the moment. And it looks like we will be sticking to the hazard. So no musical chairs anymore as our teams scurry on out and Freya off begins.
Yeah, absolutely. Monash Merchants already taking so much damage as the fight has barely begun. It's going to be Student diving in on that hazard, kind of blocking off. But Jaden actually gets the first pick onto Pib, taken out of the air already. And that's going to be great because, again, Freya charges ultimate so quickly, so combo heavy. And you getting those final blows just means that you gain bonus ultimate charge. I believe every 3 final blows you're getting more ultimate charge. And I think it's just going to be a pretty clinical first cap for the Monash Milkers.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with Jeepadooley being slept by a US. So the other Freya not able to get anything done at the moment as they are kind of just locked
already
in
an ult.
room.
Oh my gosh.
And, yeah, already an ult, extremely aggressive, will go down to the cleave damage here from Panda. So stopping Jaded's attack there. Jaded's rampage here in this little room. And what I was going to say was, Crest, if you play Overwatch, you don't want to be stuck in a room with the Junker Queen.
You absolutely do not. That is just so much damage that the Junker Queen can get, as well as the regen. So it is going to be another fight being taken though. But Jaded again bounty hunts and gets the better of Jeeperdooly in this fight. Flying over is actually going to manage to get over slowly getting over, just taking some shots as the Hazard ultimate comes down and the Nano is invested as well. And it is another very quick team fight win for the Monash Milkers, and they're chasing. They want to take down Panda as well and get the stagger. Student going in very deep, but has the support of the rest of the team.
Yeah, looking very clinical and dominant from the side of Monash Milkers here, getting the better side of the Monash Mash here at the moment. Jeeperdooly getting very low and will go down to patch. So 2 players off the side for Monash Merchants, and Monash Milkers just slowly bringing this cap up almost at 70% accrued here. And Monash Merchants, I don't think they've even touched the point.
I don't think they have just yet. You can see Mayak having a lot of fun zooming around on the Lucio, notably Jaded back up with the bowler shot as well.
Yeah,
Ultimates are getting invested. Oh, it's absolute chaos.
Yeah, Ultimate's getting invested, and so does the nade as well, that's able to take down Harry Cell and Pib here for the side of Monash Merchants. And at this point, I mean, that's a lovely rampage from Panda. Is going to get 1. Actually, we'll get 2 here. So doing a little bit of damage. We'll get 3 actually here in the backlines, but is anyone going to be able to touch the point? I do see a Lucio.
Lucio's going in and doesn't make it in time.
Yeah, does not quite make it in time. I mean, Panda with a great rampage there in the backlines. It gets a lot done, but just a little bit scattered there from the side of Monash Merchants. And even though some great plays being made, not enough coordination to make it to the point here. And Jaded with 16 eliminations here, 2 deaths here on the Freya. Just absolute clockwork here. Just so much damage, and showing that Freya is definitely a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, absolutely. Has 2 deaths to show for it. Just going very aggressive, but it doesn't matter because, Monash Merchants, I don't even think touched the point in the entire of that fight. So Monash Milk is firmly in the driver's seat, and we're going to have to see something different coming out from the Merchants, I think, here.
Yeah, absolutely. Reinhardt is definitely interesting, though. Don't know if we're going to see it actually on the... Yes, we will. I got distracted by the... I thought the time was maybe the spawn timer. It doesn't matter. So Panda will be sticking with the Reinhardt here against the Zarya. Now, Zarya may seem like an odd choice, but I feel like that used to be a classic choice on Nepal back in the day.
We actually see the Bastion coming out, and they've swapped their Freya players, but it doesn't matter because Jade has just sniped them all. And we actually see a Zarya coming out from Student. So the Reinhardt bit maybe actually not the worst into the Zarya, but it does not matter because the Monash Milkers easily take that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zarya, I mean, she's not in the best spot in the world these days, but if you've been paying attention to Overwatch esports lately, you will remember that the #1 team in the world actually just used Zarya to take out the grand finals of a tier 1 tournament. So Zarya, kind of a sleeper pick here at the moment, but will get very low, and that's all of that charge gone. So Monash Milkers up to 20% here, but Monash Merchants with 4 members available here. Dino is actually taken out by UA, so UA doing a ton of damage here on this Ana, and they're actually able to keep the point in their favor.
That is crazy. You thought that Monash Merchants would have taken that fight, but no, it was just the 3 lone soldiers from the Monash Milkers cleaning it up, and then Jeeperdooly goes down to Mayak, so it's just worse turns into worse as they just keep staggering them out, and it's 40% ticking up already for the Monash Milkers, even though the Monash Merchants want to fight.
Yeah, very aggressive here from Mayak, but should get the kill. Or does it? Yeah, does get the kill here onto Harry Sal, and Pip falling to Monash Merchants. Look back to the drawing board. I don't know if this Reinhardt is the best pick here, Chris.
I don't know if the Reinhardt is working out. I think I can understand where it was coming from, but right now Jaded is just free-firing into them, and it is looking so dire. Jaded again goes a little bit aggressive, goes down, but I think the rest of the team is there. They're just going to quickly back out, and it's just going to be a little bit of a reset. Monash Merchants trying to take a little bit of space right here, but I reckon it's almost going to be Student coming back. But hey, Harris Seal gets a pick onto you in the back line.
Yeah, so that's you taken out of the fight side of Monash Milkers, and this will be Jeepa Dooley crawling onto the point here, but is just taking out too much burst damage from the side of Patch here on the Cassidy. Panda getting low as well, but will still keep alive here in this little room. Looks like a bunch of the Monash Merchants members are stuck in that room, and what did I say last round? You don't want to be stuck in a room in Overwatch. This will be Mayak popping the beat here, catches on to 4, and they're able to use this aggression from the beat to get some kills here. Panda able to take down Student, so again, the Zarya charge is gone, but with Maya getting Pib into the pit and then popping a beat of their own, this looks like Monash Milkers should be able to quickly seal the deal for this first map here of Nepal.
Absolutely, it was a very quick match on Nepal. Monash Milkers taking it very handily right there. Funnily enough, like there was a couple of fights towards the end there where you thought, oh, maybe Monash Merchants are going to like take it out. They get the first couple of picks, but then it's just the rest of the team on the Monash Milkers able to stabilize and just win it out here. As we see, like this is like very early on into the first round. You see Student walk into the room, and then a really nice hazard wall right there, and just they're just getting beat up in there. It's not very fun if you're the Monash Merchants.
Yeah, absolutely. Little rooms being the demise of teams here in our first map here of Nepal. And Student, I mean, they're the player that we highlighted, Chris, earlier in our matchup earlier on as the kind of player to look out for this team, and definitely proving themselves. Although Jaded has been popping off, and you as well here on the Ana. So it looks like a bit of a strong core here for them as they were able to take the first map here of Nepal. And we'll be getting into our second map hopefully shortly. And in that second map, we'll have to see what the Merchants are going to pick as their kind of callback. What are they going to pick there? What are their fighting words to kind of flip this series back into a 1-1?
It's really hard to know what to do if you're the Monash Merchants right there. I think they're going to be scratching their heads a little bit in the break, trying to figure out maybe what hero bans and what map can bring it back for them. What I would say is I would ban Freya.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think banning Freya is definitely the move. I feel like Jaded was super uncontested there, and some really cool tech with the updraft there that we got to see as well in the kind of high grounds here of Nepal. So that was super, super fun. Now, I think I've been told that we have some interesting hero selections and some interesting role swaps for our next round, which is, I guess, rubbing salt into the wound, but also having a blast. I mean, this game doesn't really affect your, you're not going to the LAN. Might as well enjoy your last match here. I mean, obviously, you get into a tournament to win, but if you're not going to win, have a good time. So I'm excited to see what insanity we're about to see in this second map. I don't even think it matters what map we're going to. I think it's just going to be ridiculousness all over the place.
I'm praying for a Junkrat. I want to see a Junkrat in the game. I just want to see silly heroes that you don't see played. Let's see like Roadhog. Oh, Sombra gets banned in every single competitive game. I don't think you ever see any of that anymore. So maybe a Sombra. And there we go. Here is the Monash Milkers teams that they've decided all to off-roll. We have Patch maybe playing the Doomfist. Yuri and Jaded Bay going to play some DPS. But Jaded Bay did play DPS yesterday, so it's not that much of an off-roll. And then Maya going to stay on the support, but Student moving over to support as well. So definitely going to be interesting. And if you are the Merchants, you probably do not want to lose to this, or it might be a little bit embarrassing walking back onto campus on that Monday morning.
Definitely, but Merchants also, we've been told, are also going to be off-rolling. So everyone in the lobby off-rolling here. Why not? I mean, that's the real test of a silly match like this. Can you beat someone on your off-roll? And it's off-roll versus off-roll. It's now the Monash off-roll mash. That's really hard to say.
Oh, it's going to be really fun to see. And you know what? Like, they're already off-rolling. It's time to load into the competitive mystery heroes lobby, right? No.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to have to take a look at the Merchant off-rolling here. So what do you make of this, Chris?
I'm excited to see if we do see a Malga from Jeepa Dooley. And
please, no.
Oh, the heroes are random. They're picking random heroes. They've heeded my warning. We are going to be, I don't know if they're locked onto random heroes or what is happening, but we are going to get our competitive almost mystery heroes match. So we are actually going to have a little bit of Monash mayhem for this map as well.
Yep. the Monash Mayhem Map 2. Going to Havana, which we actually haven't seen all day, at least on the broadcast. I'm sure it's been played off broadcast, but for the broadcast, no Havana yet. Chris, this is one of my least favorite maps in the whole game.
Havana is so oppressive because it sometimes can be very hard to push first. Second,
It's
normally
crazy.
you don't see any fights on almost, and then you can almost never finish the third point because the defender's advantage is so strong. In fact, I say with most escort maps, the defender advantage towards the end of every single map is some of the worst to overcome, sometimes even rivaling 2 CP.
Yeah, I actually think this... Oh, no Freya and no Ramatra. I actually think this is potentially the most difficult point to capture in all of Overwatch is Havana C. It's just so ridiculous. There's like no cover in that C push for attackers up to a certain point. So it's extremely, extremely difficult. Now, with Freya gone, there's something I would like to see. I would really like to see a Widowmaker mirror, because I remember when Havana was first launched and it was kind of that Widowmaker cast type map, just because the angles are so sharp here. So Monash Merchants will be on the defense here for their map pick of Havana, but I'm very much hoping that we get to see some Widowmaker. I don't know, what's like a crazy hero that you'd like to see that you never get to see anymore?
Widowmaker, Hanzo, basically any of the snipers would be interesting, but I believe we're playing random heroes, so it's really going to be just up to whatever the gods decide. The Overwatch gods will decide for us is what we're going to see played. I'm sure they'll still be role locked, so we'll have 1 tank, 2 DPS, 2 supports, but I think it's going to be very scrappy. It's going to be very scrappy on one of Overwatch's probably most hated maps, so... very interested to see how this. It's going to be very chaotic. I'm going to be interested how easy it is for us to cast, but we will try and dissect it as much as we can.
Yeah, I feel like Niyari would be cool. I feel like we don't see her much from her post launch nerf that she got. Basically, like immediately, she was good for like 3 weeks, and then we just kind of like never see her again. We will be getting it. Oh my god, this merchant combo is oh my god, composition. I don't know why the word evaded me. You got your Junkrat, I got my Zenyatta. I'm feeling pretty chuffed about that one. Maybe they listened to me. Maybe they heard the maybe
They
heard
actually
the
just picked
Widowmaker.
the heroes for them, and it's all the heroes we wanted to see. I'm interested. These compositions are so funny. I actually got 2 Junkrats, so I got what I wanted
my
times
gosh.
by 2, and
Yep.
2 Widows as well. Well, they're running the
Yep.
same DPS composition, so very interesting. I actually don't think the team comps are actually that bad. Funnily enough, I
could
think
be
they actually
worse.
are. They're
They
pretty
could be worse.
cohesive. Oh, we see a swap. Okay, there's a Curie instead of an Ana, so they're not completely locked, but they're gonna have some fun. And what team is defending? The Monash Milkers are going to be attacking first, so it's the Monash Merchants on defense. Who's going to get the first Widow pick?
Yeah, it really is battle of the widows here. And with a Zenyatta for Harry Cell, that should be a little bit of extra damage, but is Jaded who's getting the better of the widow duel so far, taking down Panda.
Yes, we have a Junkrat on one team winning the duel and the Widow on the other winning the duel, so it is even Stevens right now. However, Harry Seal gets a pick. Oh, they're just trading back and forth. This is like such a toilet bowl of a match. I can barely understand what's going on. Patch is blocking in the wrong direction in order to stop the fire from the incoming bowl of Jeeper Dooley, but it is going to be the Monash Milkers slowly pushing this point, and Dino is just spamming down the choke. Oh, I do love seeing Junkrats just spamming down long chokes and seeing what they can get done. Yui, concussion mine kills Jeeper Dooley, which is not good if you're the Monash Merchants, losing that bowl and all of that pressure. And it's 2 more Junkrat battles, but Dino, I think, wins that one again. And is immediately taken down by Jaded.
This is crazy. I feel like I'm playing like my games right now. Like this is what I see. This is so back and forth, really chaotic. This is what you get when all players off-roll. It's really all over the place, but crucially, Monash Milk is still pushing throughout all of this chaos. Patch here on the Doomfist getting some work done here in these back quarters here. Wow, Dino just caught massively out of position here. Jipaduli just trying to catch onto the point here, but Jaded with two squishies out of the way. So that should be the point here for the side of Monash Milkers.
What I do appreciate right now is that Patch tried to break the Junkrat trap of his own teammate, because he is just as confused as we are. A really nice pick onto Panda right there from Yui. They used Kitsune Rush. I think they all are just having a little bit of fun right now. But Monash Milk is still pushing in. Yui going very aggressive on the Junkrat. Wants to try and get as many kills as possible with the hero. Not so much seen in this game. And I think it's going to just be a reset from Monash Merchants, I say, as Jeepadooly is on the point. And it is a Widow versus Bowl kind of moment.
Panda though?
Oh, Panda gets a nice shot onto Yui.
Yeah, I haven't even been ult tracking because there's just so much going on that I'm honestly not sure that that the ultimates are going to matter here. 4 minutes for Monash Milk is here, and they've got it past about halfway here of our second point here. Ultimate here for Dino Riptire going up the tank as Patch is able to take one out, and Jaded snipes the Typer, so no Junkrat Tire just quite yet. And the minefields will be deployed by Jeepadooly. Pib taking down Patch, and this is all over the place.
It is absolutely all over the place. Jeepadooly just trying to melee Jaded to death, but it does not end up working. Ults are getting thrown out left and center. Both support ults from the side of the Monash Milkers came out. And Pip Flip gets a pick onto Yui, and that's a really nice Suzu onto the Illari Ultimate Sunrise right there. But it looks like Monash Milkers slowly turning this fight. They lost a couple people of early, but Mayak on this Life Weaver is, that's a really nice life grip, by the way. And we see Transcendence popped, as well as there's just so much going on right now. Jeepadooly just trying to be a menace on the bowl in the back line and just try and keep contesting that point for as long as possible. I have no idea where Patch even is, but off-screen has killed Harasio. Pip actually doing getting quite a few picks on the Illari, and we see a Sombra now. Okay, it's all gone crazy, and Student cannot even get out of spawn because we have probably Overwatch's most hated character now in the lobby with Panda on the
I don't
Sombra.
think so. I feel like maybe a Mercy or a Moira is hated.
It's Mercy Sombra. Like, you just see every single Overwatch game, it's just Mercy Sombra bans.
I actually don't hate Sombra. We're actually 2 heroes away as Pib gets Jaded here from my favorite.
Gem is apparently gone for right now, so I will take over the cast. I'm so sorry, Gem. Okay, Gem is back. We had so much good commentary that just got completely missed out. Like,
it's okay. I was just going to say that Monash Merchants, as Monash Milkers are able to take the point here with 3.5 minutes remaining to get it to the end, as Student swaps on to the Moira, Jaded on the Venture. So we've got the ground bros here of Venture and Doomfist here on the squad. Not a dive to be seen on the Monash Milkers, unless you count Lucio. And the Monash Merchants going in with the Sombra ultimate here, the EMP, grabbing the health pack. What I was going to say is we're 2 heroes away from, I think, the best Overwatch composition, as Jeepadooly just kind of slinks away here, which would be the Tracer and the Brig coming in from Monash Merchants to complete, I think, the most underrated Overwatch composition to date, because that's what we're talking about now, because this map is crazy.
Absolutely. No, I agree. The Tracer would be crazy. Like, they just have so much dive potential if you, swap those heroes over. But, I think they're having fun right now. It looks like it's going to be a Monash Merchants hold for right now. And again, like you said, even though Monash Milkers, they're all playing random heroes, it doesn't really matter that much. Havana is still a hard point to push. And especially when you're that optimistic like Yui. Okay, thank you, Harasio, for that one as well. But Havana is just really hard to push, irregardless of who you are and how much advantage you have. You probably could lose 3 fights in a row and still probably end up losing eventually, just because of how hard it is. But you know what? Monash Milkers are pushing it forward. They're getting up there. Jeepadooly is, I think, trying to get someone off the map, and the virus kills him before the boop can. Got Patch. Being discovered in the backline. It's not saved. And it goes down to Mayak as, oh my gosh, it is just absolute chaos going on right now. I think they're just trading back and forth, and the cart is slowly moving up, but not very fast. And I think everyone's having fun. I haven't seen an ultimate used in a while. As I say that, we see Mayak go down. Yeah, I know Coalescence is here. We got basically everyone is pressing Q right now, and it is just trading back and forth. Whoever's in Q, we have the Doomfist in on Harasio, but he's hacked, discorded, and he's dead in the corner. And like I'm saying, I think this is what Monash Merchants need. A bit of BM right there.
Yep. I think Harrycell's having the time of their life at the moment. I think I've only seen body shots post-kill from Harrycell every single time we've looked at their perspective here. Monash Milkers with a minute 13 to go here. Using the Riptide here could get a bit of damage, but you're actually taken out before that Riptide is able to be deployed, and it will go down to Pib. The EMP utilized here for the side of Monash Merchants, able to get one here. Student is very, very low. We're under a minute here for Monash Milkers. They definitely want to push this to the end, and Yu has actually swapped onto the Widowmaker here, so the Widowmaker is back.
This is absolutely the Havana experience right now. It just becomes so hard to push with the defensive side. However, a pick onto the Junkrat might be the start that you need. Coupled with the sound barrier, they are walking in. Jeepadooly is still, he's not pressed for time. He's chilling. He's getting that health back. He'll come back into the fight. Panda as well. They're all behind currently. It's just going to be the Sombra and the Bowl for now, but I wonder if we're going to get a really nice tire from Dino, but we're not at the moment. He's very low. You has made them very scared and back into the spawn. Here is the tire. It's a 3k or bust. It's gotten no one, and
yeah.
Unfortunately, I think this is probably going to be the finish. However, Pib gets a really nice kill onto Yui, and Patches about 2 HP, does not connect the punch, and the stackers are coming through. Everyone on the side of Monash Milkers a little bit low, but the Kitsune Rush coming in just in time. Panda getting the kill, though, gets annihilated, though, by the Venture coming back in, and it's looking like eventually, grindingly, in overtime, it will be a map finish for Monash Milkers.
Well, I love Overwatch. What a map. That was so interesting. And we've got another half to go.
There's still so much more potential, Gem. We could go into 3 overtime rounds, honestly.
That would be that would be certainly something, but I think you could definitely tell that the teams are having fun at this point, and that's just what it's all about. But I feel like these days, especially with hero bans, I feel like people are so locked into the select amount of heroes that they play, so it's kind of fun to see people off-roll, play some things they don't usually play, and hopefully the teams are having fun. I think they look like they're having fun. It's really crazy to cast. This is like the hardest cast I've ever had to do in my life.
It's always really hard to cast when you actually have no idea what's going on. No one's playing what you think they're going to be playing, and people aren't just they're not ulting to win, they're ulting for style. And I feel like for most of these people, it's who's going to get play of the game, irregardless of who wins. Because I think everyone's just going for those God mode players. They want to absolutely clutch it up. We see Mike on the Lucio, like, wouldn't it be cool if he got Ajaxed? I don't know. So much could just happen. So much was happening.
It's true.
But it's going to be Monash Milkers defending here to try and take the 2-0 victory. But if Monash Merchants can somehow push all the way to the end, win an overtime rounds, we're going to have another silly map afterwards. So let's see how this all plays out.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like, I think Monash Milkers want to win here. The Sigma BAP, that's kind of a sweaty comp here, even though we're off-rolling, and that's a very, very forward hold.
It is. They're almost spawn camping, which is something that you can see a lot on Havana, as we see Jaded on the Bastion just taking out Harrisio immediately, and I think they're going to try and hold this basically as close as possible. They've actually got the Bastion on the high ground right now. Oh, Panda, I don't think, no, they don't know of the Bastion, just playing tower defense on the top of the sign.
Yeah, and the ball trying to get up there for Jeepadooly will slink away from the corners, will make it out with their life. Yue is ready. Yue is ready. Just standing there ready for all, and there's a Zenyatta. Yes, as a Zenyatta, do not peek a Pharah. You will be losing that one. Pib almost going down there, but won't. And the Bastion is still on the high ground here. Crest, Jaded still just popping in those shots, and that's exactly what I was talking about. The Zenyatta Pharah duel not often going to be won by the Zenyatta here. Dino getting a little low, and 0.71 meters so far for Monash Merchants.
Do you remember that like tower defense game that came out in Overwatch? That's what I feel like I'm watching right now. It's just all of the pieces set up, and they're trying to like stop the people from coming out, and they're trying to get like 100% on this one, like no damage on the cart received. And right now, like I think the cart has rolled out to the very beginning as Jada just pops ult and drops, and it's just like, please don't kill me right now. We actually go under the map. That's how chaotic this one is. But the spawn hold is still working. They're still holding at spawn. They just have so much stun right now and so much damage. Like basically if anyone gets rocked, it's going to be Jada trying to just absolutely beam them down right now, and they are still holding like outside spawn. Like Monash Milkers want to win this. They want to win this dominantly. They were having a little bit of fun on the first round, but they're like, no, now they're not going. And this doesn't happen. You do not see teams that do not push the cart at all. But it's looking like it might happen right here. They're looking dominant.
Yeah, I think Jaded's tower defense, I feel like we're watching Bloon's tower defense right now, but it's Jaded tower defense just sticking to this high ground here. UA should get caught out here and does by G Paduli the swing here on the ball, taking them out. And could this be the time where they're going to get a little push? But no,
they've got 4 meters, 5 meters.
UA has swapped onto the Widow, but a very good EMP from Panda here, even though going down does hack many of the members of Monash Milkers. But finally, some meterage on the board for Monash Merchants. There's a lot of M words here as a minute 15 to go. I mean, they could get it through to A. They've got a Transcendence. I haven't even been looking at the ult because, again, I don't feel like we need to.
Honestly, like no more Bloons tower defense, but I was just like, maybe Overwatch stole perks from Bloons tower defense because you have like the 2 different ways that like the pathways you can go on your Bloons tower defense. As we see Jaded get the first pick onto Panda in the fight, and now they've swapped them over a bit. They have a Widowmaker. They've lifted up the Zen into the sky with Transcendence. The Graviton Flux doesn't end up being that useful at all. They try to hit that Kobe onto G Paduli. It doesn't end up working, and now it is just Monash Milkers back on the point. It's just going to be who goes down first, but no one's actually really going down as Student gets actually very, very low, and this could be the in that Monash Merchants needed, and they do. They get the first pick onto Yui right now. Reaper into the backline, probably wanted to go for that Death Blossom there, but they don't, as they invest Beat and the Bastion all into the fight. But Student gets through it. Here we go. That's the Reaper ult you need. You never really see Reaper ults do a lot, but this time the Reaper has come through, and they have capped first point after being spawn camped for 3 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So they are able to get that tick there after a war was waged between both of these teams. Patch swapping on to the Diva here. I'm going to have a Tracer off between UA and Panda here. Looks like Panda getting the better of the duel so far. Almost the ultimate on the board for them. Student also almost at the window as well. Baptiste is great on this map. We haven't really talked what's good on this map because it's been such a chaotic sort of time. But this is a great Genji Baptiste map, and it seems like Monash Milkers using those picks to their advantage. Though Monash Merchants getting quite a bit of push here on B.
Yeah, they are starting to push it through, and again, Havana, like, B is really hard to hold if you, like, keep the momentum going in right now. We actually see Jaded's on the Genji. He's trying to get something done onto Piv in the backline. Piv gets very low. It does actually get taken out eventually by the opposing Lucio instead, and we just see, oh, Dino solo right there, so this actually might be the hold that the Milkers need in order to get it done, but Jaded goes in a little bit too deep, taken out by G Paduli, and G Paduli is going a little bit ham on this ball. You could say ham for the hamster as he's rolling on in, trying to secure some more picks with the power drive. Is it going to be Student going down next? It's an immortality field, but it is not enough. And hold up here. The Monash Merchants are starting to build. They are starting to believe in themselves. They are starting to bowl on the point.
This is crazy. They've got a minute left here, and they actually should be able to do this, though Panda did go down in that team fight, but will be quick back onto the board as obviously Tracer is extremely fast here. Support ultimates across the board for both these teams here in this next fight. Monash Milkers, though, with a lot to use here. If they cycle their ults correctly, they could do this, and looks like the window will be out to play.
The window out to play. I didn't even notice, but Patch is on the Diva right now, and all these ults are absolutely getting thrown out. The post bomb got stuck onto the Merchants, but because of the beat, they ended up living.
Not the Diva bomb.
Oh no! Jiva Dooley dies to the bomb, but is Patch? Yeah, Patch is back into mech. This is good for them. Oh, say that as Harasio takes down UA. Kiriko, always so painful if you're a Tracer player. You just get headshot, body shot, and you're dead. JD going for the blade, hasn't found anyone, has been booped around, misses the dash, and this is just absolutely chaotic. Who will win? The Lucio is going to come out on top there, but it looks like it is going to be a hold for the Monash Milkers. 12 seconds left to go. They're going to have to be very careful right here, because if they die, it's going to be really hard. They have 2 people who can contest really handily. Jupiter Dooley still very healthy right now, so should be able to get a contest, but okay, no, the Lucio, no, Tracer gets the contest, actually. They're on basically the composition you wanted, minus that they have a Reaper instead of a Sombra. Pulse Bomb doesn't hit. Patch gets a kill with the thrusters. Overtime work burning, and they're just, Oh, this is chaotic. I don't even know what's happening. Oh, no. If you're a Reaper, you don't want to be playing into a Diva. The DM just eats the entire ultimate. But Panda getting some really nice kills on the Tracer. But Patch still in mech. They're chasing a Judo, and they have gotten off of the point.
Well, a C9, I think, is a beautiful way to end the day 2 here of the Disconnected Esports LAN qualifiers. The Melbourne Mash and the Monash Mash has been completed, and we have our victor here. Mayak getting the play of the game. I mean, I would love to see the play of the game for this map.
I would
let's watch.
too. Let's see what's happening. We have some absolute schmoovin'. We got an amp. We got boop. A kill.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's
it.
Go. That's the last play of the game for the Melbourne Monash Mash Mystery Heroes. Wow.
What a time. What a skirmish. It really was a skirmish. I feel like that's the perfect word to put together what we just witnessed. I hope both of the teams had fun. I hope some words are exchanged at Monash tomorrow or whenever they see each other when they have class and are on campus. I don't think a lot can be really learnt from that last map, except for that Overwatch is a fun video game and it's fun to off-roll sometimes. Maybe not in a competitive setting all the time, but if you're feeling silly goofy and you want to, play some different roles, why not? But now that we've come to our final match, we want to say thank you again to our wonderful sponsors, Blizzard ANZ, and of course True Apparel for sponsoring this fantastic tournament. A big shout out to True Apparel, who've been a long-standing... Oh, actually, I'll do Blizzard first. Thank you to Blizzard ANZ for working with us to create better grassroots event opportunities for all of us. They've continuously worked with DE and are very keen to provide many goodies for everyone. Goodies which we have alluded to in the past. Remember to type ! giveaway in the chat for the Melbourne Mash. And there will be more giveaways at the Melbourne Mash hosted at Fortress in a couple of weeks. And I believe some of those prizes are physical prizes, including many little Doomfist keychain. There you go. Doomfist Pop keychains, 20 of them. That's 20 chances to get one. Be sure to come down in 2 weeks' time to the Overwatch LAN. It's the first Overwatch LAN me and has figured out in 6 years for Australia.
My.
So be sure to swing by, and a massive thank you to Blizzard ANZ for all of the wonderful prizes for our teams and also for everyone in the audience in the next couple of weeks. And also a thank you to True Apparel, who've designed the Disconnected Esports mouse pads and some other fabulous gear. Thank you for all of the mouse pads you have printed for our wonderful teams and all of the jerseys, streetwear, athletic gear, and more on their store. Plenty of variety for everyone. So thank you again to True Apparel and Blizzard ANZ for being our sponsors this weekend.
Big thank you to the sponsors. And Jem, I'm going to toss this question over to you because I did not cast the first game, and maybe your pick for play of the day might be a little bit different because of that insane match that we had first up.
Yep.
I believe it was the Friends versus Supernova, and it was so close the entire time. But we had 3 matches today, some chaotic more than others, really close matches as well. So what do you think? Who do you think got the play of the day?
That's really hard. I think it definitely goes to that first match, as you were alluding to. That match was really, really close, and seeing probably our top 2 teams duke it out together was really wonderful, and especially because it went the whole distance, and we very much were not thinking that it was going to go to the whole distance. But I think I have to shout out Bunny in particular, who was really instrumental in Supernova getting the dub, particularly on that last map of Runasapi. There was definitely a really, really great play from Bunny towards the end of the map, but there were honestly just amazing plays from both teams the whole series. It's kind of moshed in my brain, so I could not tell you one particular play, but I think Bunny on the Genji really did that, and I think it was really interesting seeing Supernova be one of the few teams who aren't using Freya, and they were still able to take out that matchup even when she's so strong and did so much damage to them. I think Bunny on the Genji was really a force to be reckoned with. So I'm going to give it to Bunny. I cannot tell you a particular play, but there were many a good Bunny blade throughout that series.
Yeah, Bunny, like again, through the first day of qualifiers into the second day, just really getting those clutch blades when the team needed. I almost thought that Supernova wasn't going to win that last map. I believe they also played on Runasapi, and then Bunny comes out and gets, I think, 3 with the blade in order to secure it, which is absolutely clutch, especially when you're going up against such a great team. And something about being friends. Can't we all be friends? Or something about winning with great friends.
Can
about
win
friendship.
with great friends.
Can win with great friends, which is an absolutely amazing team name. And I'm so curious to see what the standings are actually going to be. We're going to actually see what 4 teams, I think in a little bit, which ones are going to be going to land. But I'm sure you're going to be seeing the likes of Can We Be Great Friends and Supernova up there.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be really interesting to see what the standings are. So some matches have happened off screen, and now Supernova, who were lossless, have now lost their very first game. So Supernova with the 5-1 record coming into our LAN, Can Win with Great Friends 4-1, Osa's Most Wanted 4-2, Dougie's 4-2. I believe that should be our teams going to the LAN, unless I'm wrong. But just using math,
yeah,
I feel like that has to be what it is. So for massive teams to go up against here, and it's really anyone's taking, to be honest. I feel like we've seen really good looks from all of these teams from Supernova throughout the whole weekend, and I think Dougie's potentially the underdogs coming into this, but I think they really proved that they are a great team and they have some really unique strategies from what we saw from them on Route 66 today.
It's going to be really interesting to see. Actually, what I didn't realize is Ignite and Can Win with Great Friends actually haven't finished their game. So it's going to be a bit dicey if Can Win with Friends don't actually win the game against Ignite. I don't know. I think they're going to go off map differential first, and then they'll probably head towards the head-to-head. So it could get a little bit dicey right there because we don't know any of the score right now. We don't know. They're probably 1-1, I'd say, if they're still going at this current time. But it's really hard to tell. And Ignite could pull off a pretty big upset. And then you're going to have quite a few teams sitting on that 4-2. And it's going to be up to maybe a tiebreaker to see who actually makes through.
Yeah, that would be really something. I think just extending this tournament just a little bit more. We all love to see more Overwatch. Of course, we won't be streaming that, but I just meant spiritually extending Overwatch. But wow, some absolutely crazy games that we got to see today, and some really different looks from different teams. It's good to see, you hate when you come into a tournament and everyone plays the same thing every single map, and we really didn't get that many mirrors today. It was quite varied, which was really good to see. And from my end of things, it's been really fun to cast with the map bands and also the map picks and also the hero bands. I think the hero bands changing things up a lot for all of these teams.
I really do like the format of having those map picks and also just hero bands because it does give you a little bit of flexibility. It means that the teams, like you kind of look at Supernova. I think we've seen that Chapadoodle actually does have a very good Ramattra and can also pull out the Orisa as well. But being able to kind of take away like heroes that you normally will see some of these people on and just make it a little bit more dicey. As you can see, not everyone had a really clear path to victory. Supernova dropping the map there might have been just some really good map bans, or map picks and hero bans from OC's Most Wanted.
Yeah, I'm interested to see because obviously we see the scoreline there is Supernova losing that one 2-0 after a crazy run through this tournament of not winning one. So we're interested to see what actually happened there, but we will not be telling you during this stream, but maybe you'll see some of it in the next 2 weeks as we bid you farewell. Thank you so much, Cress, for casting with me, and also a massive shout out to Haz, who casted earlier in the day. Everyone, Gamers Chat will be seeing you in 2 weeks at the Melbourne Mash at Fortress Melbourne. Can't wait to see all of you there. Go get your Doomfist keychains. Cosplay if you got them. Wear some Overwatch jerseys. I want to be blinded by the amount of Overwatch in Fortress. I want people to be scared and concerned that there are so many Overwatch players in one building together. I want to see signs. I want to see passion. Bring your friends. My parents are probably going to be there. Bring people, even if they don't know anything about Overwatch or they haven't touched Overwatch in a while. I think the bigger the crowd, the better, and we need these teams to, I think, have the best environment as possible to get the best games as possible. So we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thanks so much for tuning in this weekend, and have a lovely rest of Mother's Day.
Have a great day, guys. Say Happy Mother's Day. Exclamation mark giveaway in the chat. They're about to be pulled. Thank you so much to Jem. Thank you so much to production staff. And I'm very excited to be seeing you cast alongside Harry at that LAN. I will be holding a sign for you guys in the audience. And I want to win a Doomfist keychain. I want to win a Doomfist keychain as well.
Okay. Hell yeah. All right. We'll see you guys in the next 2 weeks.